Hey everybody, we're gonna do some more streaming here. We're gonna continue where we left off. The last couple days we were doing some Demon Fish Dead Ahead stuff, some really boring variable swapping, and we're not done with that yet, so we're gonna try to finish that up tonight, and then get into Pyrotoad if we get to that. Hopefully we do this time. We did not last time, and yeah. So hopefully that works this time. Anyways, I'm gonna spread the link a little bit and we'll be right with you. Alright, I am back. We're going to get back to it. We're going to do more Demon Fish Dead Ahead variable swaps. It's going to be fun. We're going to force it to be fun. It might pretend like it's not fun, but it's fun. So yeah, what we were doing was a whole lot of copy pasting, and we didn't finish. So we're gonna be doing that some more. You can see some of these are done, and that's good. That's what we want, but we want it to be all done. So it's gonna take me a bit to figure out where we left off. Cause yeah, we ended up joining a pirate gang. Started playing the pirate game with Indiana Crones last night, and that was fun. We I honestly, I was so tired, I don't even remember what we did. we played the pirate game, I know that much. Alright, so these ones are done. These ones, I was barely holding on last night. I do remember at one point a fellow pirate, we were gonna go like team up with this other pirate to like take care of these other people and steal their loot, but like a megalodon, like a giant prehistoric shark, came and like pulled our ship to the side while we were at full speed ahead, and the guy who was going with us went right over our boat. It was crazy. So it was like a boat collision, except their boat went over our boat. So that was our excitement for the day, and it was exciting. I remember not knowing what the hell was happening. I thought they did it on purpose, but it was an accident. I was reassured that it was an accident. So this one is only half done, right? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter that that variable wasn't removed, but I'm thinking we're getting somewhere close. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just something I missed. I was getting tired by the end of the last stream. All of these are looking good so far, though. Oh, this one's closed, but it's done. That one's done. That one's good. We did get a lot done, so that's good. I know we didn't finish. We got really close. There was only like a couple hundred left. Played some Valheim today, that was fun. Went grocery shopping. I actually made a diffuser, a couple diffusers for my car. I was like, you know, because I'm planning this trip and I'm gonna be in my car for a while, and I'm like, man, my car kind of smells. And like, I'm too cheap to buy like an air freshener. And I have all of my mom's essential oils that I inherited, and I don't know, I was just thinking of like, what could I do? And then while I was at the grocery store, they had like a aromatherapy pack. It was like freaking 16-17 bucks or something. It was just like a small smudge stick and like 3 pieces of wood, and I was like, those pieces of wood would be nice, but shit, you know, like I'm not gonna spend all that money for that small smudge stick and 3 pieces of wood, because they're like diffusers, right? And then I was like, well shit, I could just like, I got like wood chips in the yard, I could just like grab a wood chip and clean it off really good. And then I was like, And maybe that would look kind of weird. People look at my car and see that. So I was like, well, maybe I could like make it look better with like some wire, you know, like wrap, like, cause I used to wrap jewelry with wire. So that maybe I'll just like make it look fancy, like a piece of jewelry, and stick it on there. And I was like, man, maybe I got something better than a wood chip. And I was just like, as I was thinking that, I was just like putting some rubber bands away. I have like a drawer that has a bunch of rubber bands in it just in case I'll need them. I don't know why. First it started because this one rubber band had like a tag on it, and I was like, dude, that makes such a cool sound. And so I saved it for sound effects. Oh, I think I found where we were at. And yeah, so anyways, I was digging through that drawer, putting the rubber bands away, and there was toothpicks in there. I was like, hey, that might look nice. I could like, you know, kind of macrame the toothpicks together. And they're like real, you know, cheap wood. They'll absorb the oil really well. And they're in a straight line, so that makes it so the air will blow through them, right? So yeah, I just wire wrapped them in like a flat pattern, and just kind of did like a little zigzag macrame thing across it. So it's not too fancy or nothing, but it gets the job done of holding all of them in line. And it's unique. It probably looks a little stupid if you like look in my car and be like, why does this dude have toothpicks stuck to his thing? But it doesn't look too stupid, and it makes it smell a lot better. Also, I could always take them out or add more oil to them. So yeah, but my car is already smelling better, so that's good. I don't know how it got stinky. I think I might have left the windows down while it rained one time, and then it just over time got worse and worse. And you know, I spent a lot of time driving in it, so there's probably a little bit of a, you know, body odor, some swamp ass sweat on the seat. And one time I took a road trip with a cat. I don't think the cat peed in the car, but you never know. You never know. Because it was like a cross-country trip with the cat. We had a litter box in the back, like, so. But yeah, I think generally speaking, it was when I left it at my mom's place and just didn't really drive it at all. It was just kind of getting stinkier and stinkier. In Arizona, it's so dry, you know, there's no moisture, and like I would have the windows open all the time. It didn't seem like it was stinky down there. But also, I've had the car for 10 years now. Cars get stinky after a while. Same thing happened to my buddy's car. It was fine, and then, you know, 10 years go by, and then all of a sudden it's kind of stinky. But he got a new car, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But I'm not planning on getting a new car anytime soon. My mom's husband had the same car a year later, and he put 300,000 miles on it, and it was still running. He ended up getting rid of it, but it still didn't have any problems after over 300,000 miles. And I'm only at 195,000, or am I only at 95,000? I think I'm only at 90. I'm at like 94,000, I think. I'm not even at 100,000 miles yet, unless I'm wrong. I don't know. I've got the title, but the title's got the wrong odometer on it. I guessed, and I should not have done that, because then I went to go register it in Oklahoma, and they're like, we can't register that because the odometer doesn't match your car. Well, first they just asked me what my odometer was, and I had the opportunity to lie, but I did not. And I probably should have, because, you know, then I would have been registered in Oklahoma. But not that it really matters. I just registered in Illinois. I guess it's more expensive in Illinois, but my mom was still alive at the time, and her name was on the car. So, yeah, but think I'll have to get her name removed from the title. No. But that shouldn't be difficult. I have a death certificate, so. But yeah, I have to put like 400 more miles on my car before I can do that. Which isn't that bad, because I drove to Illinois and back a couple times. And I'm thinking about driving to Arizona, so that should do it. But yeah, today's been pretty good. Woke up at a normal time, around 9 a.m. or so. A pretty weird dream, but that's pretty normal these days. And then yeah, I woke up, played some Valheim. Actually got back into exercising again. I didn't go hard. I did the usual hour on the cycle, but I split it up, so there was a good 10 minutes between. And then instead of doing 400 sit-ups, I only did 200, and I split them in half as well. And so yeah, I'm not even really feeling it, and it felt easy, so that's good. I want to ease myself into it, considering that I pulled a muscle and that's why I stopped. But yeah, I kind of wanted to make sure that, you know, I wasn't doing any damage, and then I kind of waited a little bit longer than I needed to. But that's okay. Sometimes it's good to chill, relax, and whatnot. I mean, it's nice to exercise every day, but like, if you exercise every day for months and months and months, you don't really need to do it every single day. You can do it. You can take a week off. It's not the end of the world. Just gotta make sure that you get back into it. That's the thing, because 1 week can turn into 2 weeks, can turn into 3 weeks, can turn into a whole year before you realize it. And then you're like, what am I even doing with my life? But yeah, there's a game jam coming up, a GB compo. That should be really cool. I'm excited for that. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it or not, but I'm excited for it nonetheless, because you get to see some really cool stuff. I kind of want to do it, but I don't have an idea yet. And it's a 3-month jam, but I'm not gonna try to spend all of my time doing that. I want to work on this, and Pyrotoad still needs some work done. And yeah, I was kind of thinking it would be cool to do another like bit dropper type thing, but I'd have to make it quite different and start from scratch for the rules of the jam. And honestly, if I was gonna do that, it'd just be really easy to copy and paste the project and swap the things out, which they don't want you to do. So, because that would be more like an update, right? But, or like starting with existing stuff. I guess if I like, yeah, because they want you to like reprogram stuff and all that. It's like, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well do something completely different or similar, but not the same at all, right? Like, for the 2023 one I was part of, this dev, Parasitic, did an ocarina, and that's really cool, but I don't know how they did it, to be honest. Like, I'm pretty sure they used GB Studio, but I don't know. Maybe they did it so when you hit the button, it plays the song, and then the song is just one note. But I don't know how that works with GB Studio. They must have done some testing or something. But honestly, they've already done that project, so it's like, why would I want to just like ape their project? I mean, it would be cool to mess with, and you know, I could do different instruments or whatever, make the UI different, the layout different, and all that stuff. But it's still kind of the same thing. It's not. It's lost the originality, right? But it would be cool to do just for me, like to have another little music making tool, considering I've got BitDropper. And I really want to get a second Game Boy handheld, because I want to be able to like play games with people on those things. So I kind of want to get the exact same one, and then just link them up, you know, and be like, hey, let's play these games together. And that'd be cool. I did buy a second one, but I gifted it to my friend, and he really loves it, so I'm glad that I did that. But kind of need to buy another one and have both on me, so I can link it up with anyone who's willing to play. I did bring it to the tabletop meetup, but those are tabletop devs. They're not really interested in playing my Game Boy game, and well, I didn't even bring it up because we were very busy testing tabletop games, and there was only 5 hours, and people got things to do and stuff, so it's like, you know, I'm sure if I wanted to, I could get some people to test these games on the digital game dev Discord. Every once in a while this glitches out. I think it's because there's so many events. Once you've got too many events, sometimes they don't load properly, and you gotta like close it and open it to get them to load. But it's not a real issue. I think it just refreshes funny. I finished the Adventure Time Distant Lands. I was reading the credits. It's interesting. Pendleton Ward did voices on it, but he didn't actually do the writing or the like anything really important on that. He just was the creator, so he got credited for being the creator of the series that the show was based off of, and he got credited for being voices on there. But I think he was you know, probably working on something else at the time, and then was like, yeah, you know, like I'm sure he like looked over it and like made sure things fit the canon and whatnot. But they also had people paid to do that too, so it's interesting. I was interested to see how little he actually was in the credits for that one. But yeah, I mean that's kind of how it goes, you know, when you have like a series that did really well, and people want to make another spin-off of it, kind of. Well, it's not really a spin-off, it's like a continuation of it on a different platform. And you know, they cut you a fat check, and you have only a little bit of work you need to do. I mean, why would you want to give yourself more work? You're already getting paid quite a bit, and it would probably be more expensive to have you do the work at that point, because you're already famous for having made the thing. So yeah, it makes sense. But I also realized that he has a cartoon that I did not know about that was came out during the Adventure Time and ended around the same time, I think. And it was called Bravest Warriors or something like that. And it's like a future sci-fi thing, so I might check that out. I read some things on Reddit about it. Apparently the first 3 seasons are really good, and then the 4th one is not. I guess they switched writers and stuff like that, or something. The writing fell apart. And that seemed like a pretty, I don't know the word for it. Everyone seemed to say the same thing on that. I'm sure there's a word. Congruent, maybe? I don't know. Everyone concurred. Concurious? I don't know what the word is. There's a word. A game developer friend that I made like way back in 2014 is streaming again, so that's really cool. We can shout her out. I want to make sure I'm spelling her name right. Let me make sure. Look her up on the old list here. Maybe my follow list is getting so long, I should probably just search. That would probably be better. Oh, I'm hitting buttons. Did I ruin things? No. Yeah, she hadn't streamed in a long time, so it was cool to see her on again. See if that worked. Yeah, everyone should check out Jenny Nexus. She's been making, like I said, I ran into her on Facebook back in 2014, and that's when we started chatting. She's East or West Coast based developer. Unity, Blender. She was doing a whole lot of AI stuff for a bit there, but I think she's getting back into game dev, so that's really good to see. But yeah, I wasn't able to hang out in her stream very long because I was like ready for bed at that point. Big Lumbie, welcome in, Big Lumbie. Thanks for getting first and for checking in. 19 check-ins, 7 firsts. Those are pretty good stats there, Lumbie.
Oh, and another save.
And
wow.
Another save. All right, yeah, I will save. Toasty.
These guys don't quit. My dirty diaper.
I just work for a facility to pay the bills. Not a lot of money.
Inconceivable!
Inconceivable. Wants me to send you back to where you were? Unemployed?
Nice.
Let's not bicker and argue about who killed who.
They're hitting the woman. I forget her name.
Playtime is over.
Hey, listen.
I'm listening. What's up?
It is time.
It's time. What is it time for? It's time for the Galaga captured fighter. Hey, Bard Pixel, welcome in.
As you can see, we're very busy here. Fix business.
Good to see you. Are you doing GB Compo? That's coming up. Everyone should check out Bard Pixel if they haven't yet.
I think I just figured something out.
You're mine.
We're getting a whole lot of redeems from Lumbee at the moment. But yeah, I'm hoping that you're doing GB Compo because I'm interested to see what you do. Oh, you're not participating this time? Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. You got 5th last time in 2023.
Could I speak to the drug dealer of the
They
house,
only do it
please?
so often, right? Because they didn't do it in 2024 for whatever reason. And it starts in a couple days, few days, and it's 3 months. Lumbee, you should do GB Compo 25. It's a 3-month game jam. It's got to be a Game Boy game though, or Game Boy Color.
My name is Eon.
Hurry up.
I'm here on a mission to assassinate
I'm going as fast as I can.
Everybody listening? Do you believe? Everybody happy now?
Thanks for all the redeems, Lumbee. Turned me into a Pyrotoad. Damn, I'll be back later. Okay, take your time, Bard. Thanks for dropping in. It's always great to see you. Now I'm done. Lumbee, you should learn how to do Game Boy development for this game jam. That's how I started. For this game jam, I started learning, well, back in 2023. That's when I picked up GB Studio. I was like, there's a game jam going on, and I'm learning GB Studio. I'm gonna put this game in the game jam, and that's what I did. I mean, to be fair, it's during my summer break. Yeah? Isn't that a good reason? You're not allowed to have fun on summer break? It doesn't have to be an award-winning masterpiece like Bard's. Not that. Laughing my ass off. You gotta do summer classes or something? It's that I'm learning Japanese during the summer break. You could do a Japanese game. But I'm interested in doing some art for one's project. Right on. I don't know what I'm doing. I want to do something, but I'm not sure. Haven't put any thought into it yet. But it's a 3-month game jam. I mean, I did the art for Magnet Mike. Oh, we got an ad in progress for this Battle of the Bit game jam. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that. But yeah, you were saying you did art for Magnet Mike for this Battle of the Bits jam. That's really cool. I just saw a demo scene from Battle of the Bits that was getting shared on either Blue Sky or Twitter, one of them, and I reposted it. It was a pretty good one too. Sloth the Fox, hey, what's going on, Sloth? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you got all your Valheiming in. Or if you're still Valheiming, you know, hope your Valheiming was fun. We're doing a lot of variable swaps at the moment. Rick, you gotta play the GB Studio entries from that battle. There are some cool games in it. Right on, right on. If you want to throw some my way in the Discord, that would help me immensely. Otherwise, I gotta dig through and find them myself. Which is fun, but I don't have a whole lot of time these days. A lot of my free time is spent streaming and working while I stream. And playing Valheim when I'm with Sloth and Cryptic when I'm not working. Oh, that's the one. Me and Red doing some Once Human right now. Oh, cool, cool. Are you guys streaming? I'm not sure if I follow you yet, to be honest. Oh, I do. I follow you. Okay. I don't have Red, though, I don't think. Not right now. Right on. Does Red stream? Should give you a shout out. I don't have you on my shout out list yet. I'll have to update it. So everyone should give Sloth the Fox a follow. Last playing Valheim on the on Cryptic's server, and they're still starting out their streaming journey, pushing for affiliate, and they could use the follows. So yeah, give them a follow for sure. Check out their next stream whenever it is. But yeah, I'm chipping away at this code stuff here. Essentially what we're doing is we're putting these enemies in the fight scenes, and so there's a lot of this. Me and Red got a Hive clan on Once Human, if you ever check it out. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've never checked it out. I don't know anything about that one. Of course, my time is limited, like I was just telling Lumby. It's oh, he tried but stopped. I see. My time is limited these days. Even though I don't have a real job, I do so much game dev that it's kind of my real job. Even though it's not really a real job. It's a fake job, but it's a full-time fake job. Ends up being more hours than most full-time jobs, I would say. Especially because a lot of full-time jobs, you just kind of sit there looking into space for a good 30 minutes a day anyways, right? Depending on the job. Or like, you know, you got like a lunch break, you get a couple breaks in between, depending on the job, of course. Sometimes there's downtime, right? Depends on the job. One time I was at a call center and we answered the phone 9 times a day on a good day. On a bad day it was like 20 or 30 times a day. But that was only when it was storming. Because it was catastrophe claims. Open world survival with entities similar to SCP-like entities. More hours put into game dev, the sooner you can make it into a career is how I see it. Yeah, I mean, it is my career for sure, but I say it's not a real job because I don't have to clock in usually, or I can just kind of make my own hours, or I don't have to go to an office, you know. A lot of times it's for other indies or like small startups, or like I do client work for a YouTuber, you know. I mean, it's definitely my career. But it's a fake job because it's not. I'm not tied down to a desk or anything like that. I could always walk away. Cryptic, welcome in. If you haven't checked out Cryptic yet, give Cryptic a follow. Last playing Valheim as well. How you doing, Cryptic? Welcome in. We're doing a lot of variable swaps. But we're getting close to being done here. I can feel it in my bones. Now, I did a count before I ended stream last night, and there was only like, what, 200 more to go or something like that? Now we're at less than 144. Back at the swaps, yes, back at the swaps. But there's less than 144 to go. And then we'll be changing different variables. So there's 9 here, 9 there. 9, 9, 9. Wait, we gotta count the 9s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. So what's 9 times 37? Oh, so there are a few hundred left. My math was off last night. We got 333 left. That's not too bad. Could be worse. I've decided I didn't like the interior of the longhouse, so I'll be redoing it. Interesting, interesting. Oh, Cryptic, there's a Game Boy Game Jam starting soon if you want to learn how to do Game Boy. You tamed a wolf, though. There you go. How many times you died doing that? I mean, it's nice that we're right next to a mountain. That's pretty cool. Only once. Oh, that's not too bad then. Yeah, once you got 2, then you can just breed them. Wolf spawn is at the base of the mountain. Yeah, I know. I've dealt with that. The double wolf attack. There's drakes over there too. I fought a drake earlier today. Actually, it came and killed a troll that was chasing me, so that actually worked out pretty well. Because the troll got its attention. And then I ran away, came back to find the troll corpse, and Drake was long gone. Drakes aren't bad. They're pretty easy to kill, actually. Once you get like their pattern down, right? Because there's a range attack, and there's like a, you know, a speed to their projectile. So if you just walk away, their aim is off. But if you get hit, they slow you down because it's frost. You start losing life because it's frost. It's kind of like poison if you don't have the right armor. And then if you don't have arrows, you're kind of fucked. Which is the way I was earlier. I didn't have any arrows. Otherwise, I would have fought back for sure. But also, I was getting chased by a troll because I didn't have any arrows. It's like they can sense that you don't have arrows. I want to know why PK ain't in call. I got off to watch my kids. Yep, kids are important. Gotta watch them. That reminds me, one time I delivered a pizza to a friend, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize it was gonna be you. You should come inside and hang out for a bit." I was like, I got like 2 minutes, you know? And so I sat down on the couch, and he's fucking playing Call of Duty in front of his like 1-year-old, who's like looking at the screen, just watching him get headshotted and killed over and over and over again. I'm like, jeez. Kind of a parent is this? Kid would probably grow up to be a esports person or something. Or grow up to hate it, right? It's the other way. The game does its best to screw the player. Yeah, it sure feels like it. Even if it's not like as definite as that, it definitely feels like it. This one's blanked out. Oh, it's back. Like the wind, there's got to be something that changes the wind when it figures out what direction you're going on the boat. It's like to the point where you like just go the wrong direction for a bit until the wind changes, and then you're going the right direction. That's what it feels like. I don't know how accurate that is, but it sure feels like it. But yeah, I got my adulting done. Exercised, went to the grocery store, took a shower, not in that order. And then, yeah, I had to get on the game dev grind. Otherwise this will never get done. Also, I'm kind of excited to see the new level working. And, Infinite said he's gonna test it, so that's really cool. It's always cool to see what people think. Also, he really liked the game, so like that's really sweet that he liked it so much. Also, Cosmo the Shadow Cat really liked it too. I'm very pleased with the response of this game, to be honest. It's not like a hit on itch or anything like that, but none of my games ever really are. But I'll tell you, man, my itch page gets hits every single day. Every single day people go there and check out different games. And that's pretty cool. They don't always download, but at least like 4 or 5 times a week I get downloads, so that's pretty cool. I don't know if I want to learn Game Boy Dev at the moment. Well, you should, because it's awesome. Of course, I'm not making it look that awesome right now at the moment. But you don't have to do what I'm doing here. You could do something a lot more simple. You could do an anomaly game. I'm telling you, an anomaly game. Actually, maybe that's what I should do. An anomaly game on the Game Boy. Maybe I'll do Front Room's normalities. Then Indy'd have to play it. Now he says he's gonna play this game. The next fishing stream, whenever that is. Could be 3 years from now. I've been tempted to look into Game Boy development. This engine is super free, super open source, and super easy to learn, and I super recommend it. So check out GB Studio if you're gonna get into it. I mean, there's other ways of doing it. Don't get me wrong. If you want to do assembly, you can do. There's 2 different assembly languages that you can do Game Boy development in. You can do C development for Game Boy. There's GBDK, Game Boy Development Kit, I think is what it's called. And yeah, GB Basic. There's a whole lot of Game Boy development tools, but this one's by far the easiest. Cryptic says I still have to learn Unreal. You don't have to do anything, but yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Also, I don't really know that much about Unreal, but from what I do know, there's really not that much that you need to learn. I mean, it's like every other game engine where it's like you've got assets, and there's like lighting, and there's like animations, and I don't know, I guess I haven't done everything there is, but it's all on YouTube these days if you need to learn something. And the blueprint stuff is pretty easy, because if you find a tutorial video, you don't even need to listen to what they say. You can just like pause the video and copy what they've done and try to figure it out yourself. And I found that to be really useful when I was doing Unreal stuff. I never actually made a full game, but I was working on someone's project with them, and I got some really simple blueprints to work, and I got some cool looking materials to work, and got my models in there, got the levels in there, and I let them deal with the player controller stuff, but they were able to do it. They were learning. That was their first time doing it. So I'm sure there is some learning curve to it, like any game engine, but it's pretty streamlined from what I understand, kind of like Unity. They're actually pretty similar. I know there's differences, but they're pretty similar. They're what we call the big box engines, where they got kind of everything that you would expect. Unreal is kind of a pain because it's so bulky, right? And I honestly, I only know Unreal 4. I haven't played with Unreal 5, but I know that it's even bulkier than Unreal 4. And Unreal 4 is bulky, so that's my main reasoning for that. And also, I haven't been paid to do it yet. It was close. I almost got assigned a mod using Unreal 5, but then this other modder took it, and I was like, whatever. I've downloaded it and opened it. Unreal 5 has more stuff going for it to help boost up productivity with it. Interesting. Yeah, I hope they fix some of the issues that Unreal 4 had, because that shit crashes on me all the fucking time. Or like the UI just breaks. Like, how is it such a renowned engine when the UI doesn't even fucking work all the time? Not to mention, when it crashes, I clock out because it takes so long to reboot this shit. I don't want to put that on the client. It's a lot of learning the terms and understanding the workflow. Oh yeah, I mean, if you don't know that stuff, then yeah, you still got a lot to learn then. But a lot of the workflow, I mean, not some of the workflow is going to be different between engines, but a lot of the like the general game dev pipeline stuff is kind of the same between those two engines, at least like on a very general level. You know, you've got rendering and you've got like a scene view kind of thing. I speak in Unity terms, so my terminology is not there, but it's kind of the same thing, you know. I don't think you have a hierarchy, but you have your project files, which kind of make up the hierarchy, right? Because it's just, as far as I know, it's just like game devs, like game assets are in the project folder, and then you know you click on them and mess with them from there, and then you put them into the level, and then yeah, maybe there is a hierarchy to the level. It's been so long since I actually made a level. I don't know, but you know, there's videos and stuff, so it definitely helps. For me, Unity is just like way more easy because I've been using it for so long. It's hard to switch when you've been using something for so long. I kind of like Unity as well. I know Unity gets like a lot of shit for their business practices and stuff, but it's not that bad. I know that it's hard to trust, but the reality is that like if enough people are using it, then they'll get pissed when they make any mistakes, and then they'll backtrack, and as much as they can anyways. And you know, you don't have to use the newest version of the engine either. I don't. Same goes with Unreal. You don't have to use Unreal 5. But it might be worth it if there's new stuff. With Unity, a lot of the new stuff they've been doing is just kind of like, I don't know, frosting on the cake that you don't really need. And a lot of it is like things that they've been talking about doing for a long time and just never finished, and that's kind of disappointing, but at the same time, like stuff I don't really need. I'm glad they added some of the features, like tile maps, and they fleshed out the 2D stuff quite a bit since I started Retro Spaceball. When I first started Retro Spaceball, 2D stuff was like bare bones. Unreal 5 is a game changer with some of its automated system. I'm not sure what you mean, but I imagine that it's got some changes to it. But what is automated is my question. Because I don't know, I haven't looked into it. It's hard for me to imagine things being more automated than they already are. Lighting was improved. Right on. Yeah, that makes sense that lighting would be improved. Yeah, lighting is a pain in the ass no matter what. But if they made rendering lights faster, that would be dope. But I'm pretty sure you need a fucking next-gen computer for Unreal 5, at least to do good lighting. Because you do for Unity, that's for sure. I was rendering lights for over 16 hours at one point for one of the bigger levels, and that shit's fucking crazy, man. My computer is not up for that. It would be a lot faster with the 40 series thing. Nanite and auto LOD. Didn't Unreal 4 have auto LOD though? And nanite is like super processor intensive or super graphics card intensive. Like you need like a fancy graphics card for that, and like if you export those projects, only people with fancy graphics cards can play them, from what I understand with the nanite stuff. I don't really know much about it, but there's one game dev that I follow that's like obsessed with the nanite stuff, and he talks a lot about it on his Twitter. But yeah, Unity doesn't have any auto LOD stuff. You have to do that all manually. But I kind of prefer that. I feel like, because then you like have more control over it, and it's definitely easier to mod Unity games. Yeah, it's weird. Modding a Unreal game is like completely messed up compared to modding a Unity game. Modding a Unity game, it's like the keys to the kingdom are right there. Like you just do it. And I don't know. It's weird how night and day the two are. But a lot of devs, they don't want you modding their stuff. And then a lot of devs, they do wish that they had a modding community. So I would say if modding community is important for you, and you don't have the assets or the tools or the time or the money to make all of that stuff yourself for the modding community, like mod tools, and you're expecting that players will want mods, it's probably better to stick with Unity, because it's like they can just mod it. You can just give them that work. You know, offload the modding onto the community, which are the modders. Like that's what they do. I can't remember what it's called, but it helps with nanite making it run smooth. Right on. I need to get a new computer. That way I can mess with stuff like that. Because this computer has trouble with fucking basic shit these days. I should do it sooner than later too, because the prices of computers are gonna fucking skyrocket. And they're probably not gonna come back down. It's fucking crazy. I don't know, I'm just guessing. It's just speculation, but like, I should be on top of this shit. I don't know how I feel about the 50 series NVIDIAs. You have a 4060 Ti and 11th gen Intel CPU. Right on, yes. The 40 series stuff is good. I would probably get a 4090 at this point, but even the 4090 is becoming out of date because the 50 series is, I think it's already available. But the 50 series uses AI for for 2 out of 3 frames, and I don't know how that's gonna look, or if that's even gonna be worth it, right? I mean, it could be total shit. 50 series crap. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, 40 series runs Unreal fine. I don't have a 40 series. I've got a fucking 1660 Ti. Yeah, so pretty big difference there. But yeah, I haven't seen the 50 series, but I've just been listening to other people speculate about it. And that was a couple months ago, so I'm sure people have their hands on it by now. I think it's out, right? But also there's like AMD, and I've never used an AMD. I was looking at the computer shop near me, and they like have pre-built and they use AMDs for their pre-builds. I almost want to get one of those, except put an NVIDIA in there, but they probably use AMD for a reason. AMD is killing it at the moment. Right on. But isn't there some games that just don't work on AMD? And it's probably the same for NVIDIA, where there's some games that just don't work on NVIDIA. It's weird how, like, that's a thing. But computers have always been kind of like that. Cheaper and better performance. Oh, interesting. Assuming that it works for the game that you're trying to play. Because I definitely heard that some games weren't working with certain graphics cards. But I can't pull off any off the top of my head. Not true, some games will differ between. Well, I'm just going off of what I read online. But yeah, I mean, when you build a system, there's like quite a few moving parts there that are different for different systems. So like having this setup might not work, and then they blame it on the graphics card when it's actually the whole setup. AMD like 5 years ago had those issues. Oh, okay. Well, I'm still 5 years in the past with my computer, so that makes sense that my information's out of date. But yeah, these pre-builts aren't cheap that I was looking at, so I kind of want to make sure that it's decent. I mean, I could just get the parts and build it myself, but first of all, I don't trust myself because I've never done that before, and second of all, like, just getting parts that work together would be like a fucking challenge for me, and a whole bunch of time. It'd be super time consuming, not just making it, but getting the parts correct. And then I'd probably end up wasting some money either breaking shit, putting it together, or getting the wrong shit. And you know, if I'm gonna drop some cash, I might as well have a professional opinion on it. That's the way I'm kind of looking at it. If I was more tech savvy and more of a hardware person, I could build you one. I've designed sloths and built mine. That's cool. Well, I appreciate that. Oh, I missed the ad break. I was gonna hit snooze and then it disappeared right when I was hovering on it. But yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in that for sure. I don't really have a budget number, but probably wouldn't want to spend too much more than the cost of one of those pre-builts. But because yeah, I gotta buy a monitor and shit, because I'm sure it's gonna need like a new monitor, right? And you know, that stuff. Probably need to buy a fucking 90 hertz 1080 monitor or whatever, or a 4K monitor even, right? That's a thing now. Shit, they probably got 8K monitors. You don't have to get a new monitor, but it's recommended. So you can use the old monitors on the new shit? That's cool. I didn't know that. Cause I've got some fucking old monitors. My monitors are like fucking dinosaurs. A 2K 120 hertz 27 to 32 inches is well worth it. 160 bucks. Yeah, that's not too bad actually. It's interesting how the prices of monitors has kind of gone down, right? Because I remember back when they like what plasma TVs and stuff like that, it'd be like fucking $2,000 or $3,000, $4,000 for a fucking regular sized TV, and now they're like fucking massive, and they're only like a couple $100. I don't know. I was thinking about getting a real TV. I've got this 1080 HD Vizio that's like, I forget that it's even a TV because it just looks like a monitor to me. But I guess it's more of a TV than a monitor. I only use it as a monitor. Top of the line is OLED. You won't find a better screen that looks better. Yeah, I know that nowadays OLED is the thing. Of course, who knows what it'll be in 10 years or whatever, but that's 10 years from now. Those LED panels look pretty cool. But yeah, those are LED. I don't know if they're OLED. They'll probably make them to be that way. You know what I want to see? Video film, right? Where you just like put this film over the wall and then it becomes a screen. Put it over any surface, you know, you got like a bar, you like wrap your tables in this video film and they become film, or they become video, and you just like map the monitors to the thing, right? Put some touch controls on it or something, and I don't know, this is shit I've been thinking about for fucking 15 years. One day. That would be awesome. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. We're not quite there yet. But you know, I was a 2000s kid, man. We were dreaming of fucking flying cars. Well, I was a 90s kid, really. Late 80s, early 90s kid. And we were dreaming that 2000 would have flying cars, is what I meant to say. Flying cars and hoverboards. Someone suppressed that shit. No, actually there were flying cars in the 90s. They were like concept cars, and like they weren't very practical and really expensive, and only a few were ever even sold. But yeah, one of my networks, this old time game dev dude who actually worked on Forsaken back in the day. I was streaming Forsaken. This was like fucking 7 years ago, and at the end of it, there were some credits that stood out to me because I thought they did a good job, and I reached out to a couple of them, and Anthony Rosebottom actually responded and was like, "Oh, I'm glad that you liked the game. You know, that was a long time ago now, and you know, thank you for reaching out to me." And he's still doing 3D stuff, and he did a concept render for this flying car company, and that's kind of cool. He's got a YouTube channel now. He's been struggling though. Every time I talk to him, he's like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm not getting much work, not getting enough money to make it worth my while." For a little bit, he was like trying to do the AI thing, and now he's like anti-AI. And he's been showing his old stuff, and I think that's been helping him because he's like a legend, you know what I mean? He worked on like fucking old ass shit like Forsaken, you know, and even stuff prior to that, like retro games, you know. He's a retro game developer that is trying to find his way in, you know, modern times, and he's having trouble with it. So it's kind of sad to see that. But yeah. Everyone thinks like, oh, once you've gone AAA, you'd be set. You just say that you're ex AAA and then you get jobs, and that's not how it works. It's a weird industry. It's a very ageist industry. If you're not young and fresh, they don't want you. It's very strange. I grew too old to be hired by the AAA industry before I even got hired. That's the way I look at it, anyways. I was applying for a long time. I gave up after a while. I don't even want a AAA job no more. Wouldn't take it if they offered it. Because they'd probably just take it away anyways after a while. But it would help with the resume of, you know, like, donate to my Kickstarter because I was a ex AAA. Yeah, I see that stuff a lot. We're starting a studio with ex AAA devs. And, like, people are like, oh my god, they must be really good because they're AAA. Like, some of those devs, most of them were fired. And, a lot of them got jobs because of who they knew, not what they knew. And they hired people that are like fanboys for AAA, which is kind of bogus. I don't know, there's a whole lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to work AAA and why someone who was good would do it on their own. Because it's probably better if you're good at it and you make money off of doing it on your own, then it's better money than doing it for a AAA. You know, especially if they need you to move to San Francisco or Seattle to work there, and then they just fire you as soon as you get there or whatever. Hey, welcome in, Seagoat. Thanks for the cheer. I appreciate that. I was just ranting about AAA sucking. But welcome in, Seago. I hope you're having a great day. What are you up to? We're doing variable swaps. Lots and lots of variable swaps. We've been doing this for 2 days now. This is our 3rd day doing variable swaps. And we're almost done. We're like nearing completion here. And then we'll be swapping other variables that actually do something. This is just all for art. This is what we're doing, is we're putting these tiles into these fight scenes in all the different variable locations. So there's 4 different spots that 4 different fish can be. And yeah, so there's a lot of that. When I was first doing this project, I had to learn what, what's the word? No, I forget what they're called already. Just that, when there's like variable conditions for different spots, it might come to me. It should come to me. It's one of those things that, like, it's like a math term or something. Excuse me. But yeah, everyone should check out Seagoat if they haven't yet. Seagoat does pixel art for game dev stuff, and there's a Game Boy game jam coming up. If you're interested, I know that you're not really a dev, but you could do GB Studio, make your own little game for the GB Compo 2025. Yep, lots of variable swaps here. Very exciting stuff. The coding seems hard for me. Coding what? Game Boy games? This stuff you don't even need to do. I'm actually doing this because it's easier for me. And when I first learned, there was no event for this, like, so you had to code your own event. That's what this is. But now there is an event, and you don't even need to use this. You could just do the drag and drop. But Unreal is blueprints anyways, right? So you don't actually need to code. I mean, you can, but you don't need to. And then even on Unity, there is a plugin that you can purchase to make it a visual studio. I mean, a visual programming. But I like using Visual Studio personally. And yeah, coding was difficult to start as an artist. It was very difficult. It felt like beating my head against a book and trying to learn. That's what it felt like. But eventually I got there. But yeah, that's my metaphor for learning to code as an artist. For math people and like logistics based people, like that's much easier to learn, I think. But it actually is a really creative tool once you learn it. You can do some really creative stuff. You can let your left brain fucking take over once you get the basics down. And really, you don't even need the deep end stuff. I mean, it's nice to know that stuff, but you don't need it to get what you want done. Some of the first games I made was just a whole bunch of fucking conditional statements, like over and over and over again. Like, and it's funny because like these high level programmers will like shit on conditionals, but like if you can get it to if you get it to work, that's fine. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, things can always be optimized and stuff, and you know, using a loop or a switch is going to be better than using if statements in a lot of situations, but sometimes if statements are what the doctor ordered, you know. And you can do a lot with just if statements. Even here in GB Studio, a lot of what I do is just if statements. Like this one, if enemy 1 type equals 1, then this is just a group, and I'm just telling it to do that stuff if enemy 1 type equals 1. But yeah. We're gonna have to change some of these numbers eventually. Yeah, copy that, paste it. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking it would be fun to make an Anomaly game for GB Studio, or with GB Studio for the Game Jam. I kind of think that's what I'm gonna do. Rick, for a PC, would you want Wi-Fi? Yeah. I mean, as cool as it would be to have a cable, I'd have to fucking put holes in the wall and fucking figure out a way to wrangle the cord through the ceiling and through the wall. It would be an expense to hook up a cable in this room, or I could just drag it through the hallway, but that would look like absolute shit. Because yeah, I mean, it's not it wouldn't be far, but it would look like shit having a cable going through the hallway to my room, you know. I could drill a hole through the wall and put it coming out of the closet, but then it'd still be like cable coming out of the closet, you know. But yeah, I kind of want something that's like upgradable, like future-proof that shit, you know what I mean? Like, so that way 4 years goes by, I can fucking put in a new graphics card, whatever else it needs. That all comes with budget. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. So like, I mean, I'm not trying to spend $5,000, but like, if it came close to 3,000, that wouldn't be like insane to me, as long as it actually, you know, does all the things that it needs to do. But yeah, I'm a little worried about putting it together, to be honest. I've never done that before. Or like, you know, I'm sitting around 2K.
Use the brake!
Thanks Wallace Lovecraft for checking in, I appreciate that, and for the redeem, it's always fun.
Oh, what a save!
And I should save, you're right.
No doubt about that one.
No doubt. But yeah, 2K is not crazy or anything. That's not breaking my budget. I was planning on spending around 25 or so, if not more. But yeah, hopefully under 3K or around 3K max. But yeah, again, I'm a little worried, you know, about things, and I do need to get a monitor probably, right? So, I don't know. I'm worried that I won't be able to put it together, or that I'll fuck something up. Also, I know a lot of them do like water cooling. I'm not really that interested in water cooling because I've heard of people having real issues with them leaking and stuff like that. Of course, those were like people that were like overclocking and stuff like that, but like either way, like it seems like more could go wrong with that. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I appreciate that. How you doing, Wallace? How's your week treating you so far? How's your day been? I'm already getting sleepy, but I guess it's already 9, and like I woke up, what, 12 hours ago, so it's kind of normal, I guess. Might have to do another cup of tea here during the next ad break. Those are custom made lines. Today you just use an AIO. It's completely closed water cooling system, no leaks. Yeah, is that what you use? Do you have a water cooled system? Because don't they make like really quiet fans now? What am I doing? Or liquid cooling, right? Because it's not actually water. My PC cost me 500-ish. I use the stock cooler. Right on. I mean, I would like to be able to do, you know, VR and stream at the same time. That would be cool. I'd like to be able to do light rendering and stuff without having to wait overnight. Blender renderings with the cycles renderer without spending a whole day and a half for like a 5-minute video, you know what I mean? How much storage do you need? Well, storage is pretty cheap these days, right? So I'd like to maximize that. But SSD, you know, I don't know how big do they get, the SSDs these days? Like 4 terabyte SSD or something like that? Is that, or is it, do they do 8 terabyte SSD? $24 terabyte SSD? No, I have no idea. All I know is that 500 gigs is hardly cutting it, and I'm constantly removing stuff from my computer just so I can get it to work. It's a big pain in the ass. Depends on the speed of the SSD. I don't know much about SSD speeds, to be honest. I just know that SSDs are much faster than the HDD, and HDD is obsolete at this point. Are you using like a website to help you build this? So I got a 2 terabyte M2, that's the fastest on the market. Right on. Yeah, I don't know much about the speeds. I use 2 terabyte SSD for OS drive. Do you have a M2 as well, Wallace? Because I don't know shit about fucking SSD speeds. But don't they got a 4? Or are the 4 terabytes slower than the 2 terabytes? Because I don't know anything about this shit. But yeah. Probably. Right on. Yeah, I've never built a computer, so I've had laptops for a long time now. I had a desktop, like a Gateway at one point, and I have a desktop XPS, a Dell XPS, but those were both kind of like pre-built from, like, you know, big retailers. Like, I think the Gateway came from Best Buy, and I think the PSX came from Costco, which was cheap. It was only like $700 or something like that, but it was already pretty much outdated when I got it. It was like yeah, a 1640 Ti in that one, and no SSD, and I basically just use it to run browsers. That's what I've got my two of my spare monitors on. And yeah, I just run browsers on it. I mean, it can do like Aseprite and some games, you know, some smaller games, but it's so slow. I just paid some guy to build it for me. That's what I was thinking about doing. There's a computer shop here that does like boutique and custom and pre-builts, and I'm sure they know what they're doing, but it's kind of expensive, right? So it's definitely cheaper to get the parts yourself, or like, you know. And then the other thing is like you can wait till they go on sale, but then they're already outdated by the time there's sales. Curved monitor, no. Honestly, I'm not really interested in the curved monitor. Yeah. I mean, it would be cool to have one to test on, but I feel like I should have one that's like a monitor that most people would have, so that way I'm testing what most people would have, and then like later I would get stuff like that if I could afford it. But right now, budget is a little tight, because I mean, this is like for my career, so it's like it's something I could write off, for one. For two, it's something that I need to advance my career, so I don't mind splurging a little bit. And also it's something that I'll have for at least 4 to 6 years without putting anything else into it, right? And yeah, it's the only way I make money right now, so it makes sense. It's like buying a car if you're a driver, you know. But I'm a game developer, so I need a game developer computer. But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to spend as little as possible on stuff, so that way I can spend it on stuff that I need, like a computer. But yeah, I think I paid $2,600 for this laptop back when I got it back in 2019, 26 or 27. It was on sale, and it was like the cheapest one I could get that could actually do VR. Something that could play Cyberpunk when it came out, and I ended up not even getting Cyberpunk for like another fucking few years until it was on sale for half off. But it did. This computer does play Cyberpunk. But I probably couldn't stream it because of all the other stuff that's going on with OBS and all that shit. So it'd be cool to have something that could stream heavy games. Like I bought what was it? The Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, and this computer won't even fucking run it. It's so choppy. It's just like 2 frames a second or something. Unplayable. Yeah, I probably should have just refunded the game, but I kind of still want to play it. The 40k Space Marines too. But yeah, even running Valheim on this computer is kind of slow now. It wasn't at first until they updated the game. I bought Cyberpunk because it was 90% off. I had to. I didn't realize it hit that low. I think I got it at 50% off. But yeah, I got No Man's Sky at 50% off. I wanted that when it first came out, but I was like, I was actually debating whether I should pre-order it or if I should buy Shader Forge, which was like a Unity plugin that's obsolete now. And I bought Shader Forge and I was like, this will be useful. I never used it. And then it was made obsolete. But yeah, like right the next day or whatever, all this stuff dropped about the game being shit. I'm so glad they fixed it. But yeah, it's kind of funny how much hate it got when it released, the No Man's Sky. For a $60 game, yeah, it's kind of interesting how much hate it got. But yeah, I could understand why. I mean, they kept saying that it was an online game and there was no online play. Although my one friend bought it when it came out and he loved it. He thought it was awesome. But now it really is awesome. I mean, not that it wasn't awesome then, but now it's like really, really awesome. The VR, the online play, all the updates, the crazy amount of updates they did. I like No Man's Sky, it's a good one. Oh, I kind of wish that it was a little bit easier to like navigate because there's just so much to it. You pretty much need a wiki or like YouTube videos or just knowledge or someone to walk you through it even. Because every time I play with someone that like hasn't played before, I feel like I have to like explain a whole lot of stuff. I feel like I'm teaching a class. Welcome to No Man's Sky 101. And they're like, where are you? I'm like, well, I'm on a different planet and you're stranded on that planet. And we can't meet up until you do these missions. So do these basic missions and learn the basic gameplay using the tutorial. They're like, but the planet's too hard. I'm like, sometimes that happens. Seems to happen a lot. Happened to me. I started on a toxic planet. I kept getting killed by the toxicity. Had to hide in a cave. Send you the parts list. Okay. Oh, there's an ad in progress. I was gonna make more tea. So let's take a look at this parts list that Cryptic so kindly made. Thank you, by the way, Cryptic. I really appreciate the parts list. That's very kind of you. How do we know this stuff will work well together, though? That's my question. How do we know that it'll all work together? scroll down a bit. Compatibility notes. Some physical constraints are not checked, such as RAM clearance with CPU coolers. So there's 2 more slots. Is that what I'm seeing? So that way I can update it with more. And another memory physical drive slot. So this is the graphics. It's like the price jumped up for that quite a bit. Is that this? Oh, that's not too bad. Well, yeah, I definitely appreciate this. I'm gonna bookmark this. Yeah, thank you again for that. This shows all the compatibility as you build it out. Super cool website. Yeah, that is a cool website. Thank you for doing all that for me. I might have to do that. I wonder how quick Game Boy games work on it. One of these days I'm gonna finish this. I wonder if it would be quicker if I just did all of these on one thing, but I don't really know how to do that. I don't know if that works. But also, this is a lot easier to manage. The one thing that it would make easier is that I would only have to do this reference once, but then I'd have to copy and paste over each one of these the same code, but only have to do the reference once. Well, one thing's for sure, I'll probably wait at least another year before I make another level and more fish for this game. Wait until I forget how painstaking this part can be. Now, honestly, I'm thinking this might be the last update for it. Well, as far as content update, I'm sure I'll do fixes and stuff, balancing updates. But I'd like to get it out on Steam. And I guess that doesn't really stop me from doing updates. I could always update that as well. But at one point it'd be nice to have a finished thing that's done. Maybe even try to get it on a cartridge at some point. That'd be cool. Just like a limited run. I was thinking it would be cool to get a flasher and just flash my own cartridges. Just do like, you know, 10 at a time. And say like, hey, if you want one of these. And then just like, you know, make my own boxes and stuff. I don't know how I do it, but I know how to design the stuff. I just don't know how to print and ship. I'm sure there's a bit of a learning curve to that. I do have friends that do it. It's probably a price cut when you're doing like 500 boxes or whatever. But I wouldn't need 500, you know, so I'd have to figure out something that works for me. We're getting close now. Never did make that tea. Now my brain is like starting to fade. I don't know if we're gonna get the Pyrotoad tonight. It's unfortunate because we didn't get to it last night either. But I do really want to get this out of the way. Alright, if enemy count equals 4, that means we've only got 144 left. 9 times 4 times 4. I think that's what that is. 9 times 4 times 4. 144. That's where we're at. Alright, this next ad break, I'm definitely gonna make some tea. That'll help me stay up at least a little bit longer. Do want to go to bed early again tonight, so that way my sleep schedule can stay normal. But probably stay up till at least midnight, hopefully, maybe. That's pretty normal, I think. And if I sleep till 9 or 10, like that's totally cool. I think I only got like 6 hours last night though, so, or maybe 7 hours. I don't know, it was like 11:30 or something by the time I actually fell asleep. And I woke up at 9, so 12:30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, so I got like 9 hours of sleep or so. Although I did like wake up. Yeah, that's right. I woke up after like 6 hours and I was like, no, I need to get more. And then I got a couple more hours. So yeah, I think I got about 8 hours. Yeah, my brain and body is so confused that when when I sleep, I just wake up randomly, and my brain's like, "Is this the time that you're supposed to wake up?" And I'm like, "No, no, no, that's not it." And then I'll go back to sleep, and then I'll oversleep and be like, "Is this the time that you need to wake up?" Oh, I guess this will do. Usually I'm pretty good about it though, like wake up at exactly 8 hours of sleep. But when I do the fixing my sleep, that's when it gets weird. A lot of times if I have something to wake up for, my body just like wakes up. But if I don't have anything that I need to do, or nothing that's important, or if I forget that there's something important, then I'll just sleep the fuck in. So, I realized today I was listening to some music, and then it got me thinking about this other music, and then I started searching for music, you know, that I knew, and I realized that Stabbing Westward made another album in 2022 after like 20 years of not having an album, and that kind of blew my mind. I only listened to the first couple songs on it. The first one was good. I think the first 3 songs, and the next 2 weren't as good, and then I got distracted and had to do shit, so I turned it off. But yeah, Stabbing Westward, man, I grew up with that shit. That was good shit. I had no idea that they made another album after 20 years of not having an album. So I'll probably listen to the rest of it, even if it's not that great. Excuse me. But yeah, I was listening to Pitch Shifter, and then I was like learning about them on Reddit, and then someone else mentioned Stabbing Westward. I was like, oh man, I haven't listened to Stabbing Westward in a while. So I was like, I'm gonna listen to Wither, Blister, Burn, and Peel, which was the first album that I knew of. They had an album before that, and then Chasing Ghosts came up, and I was like, wait, Chasing what? And it's funny to me because there's a Pac-Man documentary called Chasing Ghosts. So whenever I think of the term Chasing Ghosts, I think of Pac-Man. So to me, it's a Pac-Man reference. They probably mean it in the more literal sense. Honestly, I don't remember if Chasing Ghosts was good or not, the documentary. It was in the same vein of King of Kong, but it didn't have as much drama as King of Kong, if I remember correctly. Because there wasn't any big cheaters. But I'm pretty sure it was around the arcade competition scene. But I enjoy Pac-Man. I do enjoy some Pac-Man. I was disappointed to see that they stopped Pac-Man 99 because that was pretty fun. Probably not as fun as Tetris 99, or even F-Zero 99. But I'm gonna miss it nonetheless. I do have the Namco Museum on Switch, but it was fun to play against the bots, because it was mostly bots, which is probably why they closed it down. But honestly, it seems like F-Zero 99's ending up that way too, which is sad because it's a good game. I just don't have that much time to like sink into it. They need to bring back Mario 35, man. I'm gonna say that for the rest of my life. That was the best Mario game ever. And it would be so cool if they did the same thing for Mario 3. Because Mario 3 was so good. Sorry, wife wanted attention. How's the stream going? You have not missed much, and no need to apologize. It's important to pay attention to your wife. But yeah, we have not done anything different. We've just been doing a lot of the same here. Copying and pasting. But we're getting close to being done here, actually. Last time we did a count, there was 144 left. And we're like, what? I don't even know. I don't even know. Did I just delete the wrong one? After this one, we'll do a count. And that will help us know. Alright, so 9. So 9 times 4 times 2 plus 18. 9 times 4 times 2 plus 18. We've got 90 left. We've got less than 100 left. How dare Sloth? Nah. Wives are important. You gotta make sure that they get the attention they deserve. Otherwise they'll get up and leave you. And then you won't be able to blame them either. Like, it's important to have friends and make new friends and keep old friends, but not at the cost of a wife. It's all about balance, right? I wouldn't know because I've never been married, but I imagine it's all about balance. Oh, there's the ad. I was gonna make tea. Alright, we'll be right back after I make some tea. So see you shortly. Okay, I've returned with my tea. Sorry about that. Got a sip on it now. I'm thinking I should make a some type of visual aid to let people know that I'm making tea, so it's a little bit longer of a break than just the regular ad break. But then I was thinking maybe I should make a cup of tea for my VTuber model, so that way be a cup of tea in front of my face over here. Whether I'm Pyrotoad or what. Excuse me. Yeah, let me sip on this a little bit more. My throat's a little dry. It's funny how like when caffeine hits you, it's like, that feels good. All of a sudden the tiredness just like goes away. Just have a gif of your avatar sipping tea. Well, I'm making it these days so it switches between avatars, so I gotta have a universal one, right? So I'll probably just put the tea in front. That way, no matter what the avatar is. Because I plan to make a Demonfish Dead Ahead one too. But yeah, I was not sure. I'm debating whether I should be, because like right now I have one, like if we do the command for Demonfish Dead Ahead, it changes to that, and it's supposed to make a sound effect, but I always forget to update that because I changed the name of the project folder, so it's no longer there. But also this one's not animated, so like there's some things that need to happen. But yeah, so that way when I switch between them, the cup will just be like in the general location in front, and then I could go back to whatever. I could go to the normal me. I'm still all slow. The commander outfit, but you can't see it until the overlord goes away, of course, because it's actually an overlay on top of it. But yeah, you get what I'm saying. That way the cup will stay there, and then yeah, so like the cup would be in the same spot, like over my face area over here somewhere, but where the mouse can't go because it's the overlay. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm getting at. But yeah, also the avatar is not there during the break, so I need something during the break so that way people know it's going to be a little bit longer break. Because a lot of times I'll be like, do it during the ad break, but it takes longer than the ad break, so people will be like, oh, that's a longer break. But no one really ever says that, except for the one time that I took a shower during the break, then someone said that it was a long break. But it was a long break, because I needed a shower. Sometimes you gotta shower. But yeah, maybe a good idea would be to have a timer and try to guess how long the break is gonna be. But probably guess wrong. And mistakes will happen. That's just inevitable. It's interesting though, iterating the stream is a lot like iterating a game. You know, you get feedback and you test what works, and sometimes things do work, sometimes they don't work, sometimes you try something and it gives you an idea for something else. Got some fruit snacks too, I should probably eat these. These are actually from last stream. I brought them out here and never ate them, but I need the sugar. But yeah, I'm excited. If I go to Arizona, which I'm planning to, there's a good chance that I will come back with an arcade machine. It's gonna be $1,000, but something I've always wanted. And got like a whole bunch of different games on there. And I think I'll be able to put my own MAME ROMs on there. And it's got 2 joysticks and control pads or whatever. Buttons. Sets of buttons. I kind of want to do custom art on it too. Cause like the art that it has on there is like pretty vague and generic. I kind of want to do like something custom, you know. I don't know how I'd print it. Find a large scale printer that does custom one-shots. So I used to live in Arizona. I lived there for 6 years, and one of my best friends lives there. So I need to put like 400 miles on my car in order to have the title's odometer and the odometer of the car match, because I guessed when I had the title made in Illinois. So I was wrong by like 5,000 miles, and now I only need like 400 miles to make it match. And my buddy is a school teacher, so he's gonna have the summer off. And although he does travel a lot during the summer, so might try to line it up for the end of his school year before he goes traveling and just spend a week out there. He's got a nice place. He's got a spare room, and you know, see a friend, hang out with him, maybe do some, help him with some yard work and stuff, and you know, hang out, maybe see some of my friends in Phoenix, and smoke some weed, play some games, come back with an arcade cab. Honestly, I kind of like taking road trips like that. My car gets pretty good mileage. And it's one of the benefits of not having like an office job, right? So I might as well take advantage of that before I bite the bullet and get myself a part-time job or something where I'm tied to a real job, unlike my fake career. But yeah, because I'm spending more money than I'm making right now, and I have a decent chunk in my savings still, and I'm not like hurting, but I should probably be making more than I'm spending, so that's the way I prefer to be. So I may end up getting a part-time job if I find something that seems interesting. But then I won't be able to just take vacations whenever I want. But the reality is that I hardly ever take vacations. Years and years and years go by before I take vacations. That's why I want to do freelancing work and remote work with web dev. Yeah, I mean, freelancing is it's a thing. It's a lifestyle. It's a lot easier, I think, if you have someone that's doing like regular work in your family. Like, I don't know if your wife has a decent job or whatever, but it definitely makes it easy when someone else is helping you pay the bills, because sometimes there's stretches where you don't get work, or the work gets really light, or you know, you're not getting paid as much as you thought you would, or sometimes some real shit can happen when you're freelancing. Like, I used to have the worst trouble getting people to actually pay me for shit that I did when I first started. That shit sucked. And nowadays, with new clients especially, I'll be like, I need half up front, or I'm not even starting it. And also I'll make them pay for comps and things like that, because I've had people that are just, they don't like it. They want this, this and that and the other changed, and after they realize that you'll make changes for them, they just keep asking for changes and asking for more changes and asking for more changes until it's no longer profitable for you to even be doing the work, and they're just basically on a power trip and pixel fucking it, because they aren't the artists. They just all of a sudden feel like they are, because you're doing whatever they say, and it's no longer good work, and it's not even what they want in the end, but they can't see that because it's their own tweaks, and that's just the worst. She does CNA work, gonna be going back to school and work at a hospital. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty decent, stable wage, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've heard up on horror stories how clients will ask for the work and won't pay after the product was made, thinking you just give it to them. Yes, that happens a lot. So it's important to let them know that you want at least half up front, I think is a good way to do it. And then they don't get the product until they pay it in full. And if you're doing development stuff, what a lot of people do is they put back doors on the shit, where if you don't get paid, then it stops working for them, kind of thing. And that seems to work pretty well for people. Because yeah, sometimes clients, they think they can get away with it, and if you're not smart and cover your bases, they will walk all over you sometimes. And those aren't really the clients you want. So like, what you want is a stable client that pays well, and those are very hard to come by. Someone that's always got work for you, and it's good work that you don't mind doing, that pays well. And I'm lucky enough that for the last 3 or so years I've been in a situation like that. And then prior to that, I had a really good client who was actually a friend of mine, who would always come to me with art jobs, and that was always cool, because it was always something that I could do. Until one time he was like, I want you to do this really cool mech bee, and I was like, oh, that sounds cool, but I couldn't do it. I tried and it just kept up coming out bad. I just didn't have the vision. And after a few attempts and him asking about it, I was like, you know what, man, I think you should find someone else to do this project, because I'm having trouble with it, and I don't want to, string you along saying that I'm gonna do it and give you something that looks like shit. And he's like, oh, that's totally cool, I appreciate you being honest about it. And he found someone else that did a fucking fantastic job on it, and then he went right back to me after that, and that was fucking dope. Yeah, I want to learn how to do that. Yeah, well, if you're doing like network stuff, then it gets a little easier, because if you're like providing all the server access and stuff like that, you can shut off the server access if you don't get a code going through, and then have it linked to your server. And if your server doesn't provide it with the right access code, then it doesn't get to where it's supposed to go, right? And they won't know, because they're just the client. They won't know how any of that works, and they paid you to build it, so they don't have someone on staff to tear it apart and look at it and figure it out. So they'll just disappear and do like a ninja vanish, and then you'll change your server information so it no longer gets what it needs, and it won't pass that information. Then it stops logging in for them, and they're like, what the hell, it just broke. Well, I guess we better call the person who made it and figure out why it broke. And then you say, oh, it broke? Well, I can fix it for you, but you didn't pay me. Hey, Just Wall, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome in. We're chatting about freelancing and how it can be a struggle sometimes. It's one of those things. It seems like a great freedom until you realize that, like, there's always a boss. Another day on Paradise. Nice, nice. Paradise sounds nice right about now. Yeah, like even when you're freelancing, there's always a boss, and it's not you. As much as you can make your own hours and come up with your own schedule, the customer is the boss. The customer is always right. Well, maybe they're not. They're always wrong in freelancing, but they're paying the bills, so it's important. It's important. Communication is like crazy important in freelancing. It's crazy. Just Well says, I have failed at it a lot. Oh, at the freelancing stuff? Yeah, freelancing is not an easy thing to do. A lot of it, I think, comes down to luck, believe it or not. But you know what they say about luck? It's where preparedness and opportunity meets. That's what it is. I screwed it up last time. When preparation and opportunity meet, that's what luck is. So you have to be prepared, and then the opportunity has to come along. Yeah, but can always just turn down clients. LOL. Can't say no to a full on a boss. Yeah, you can totally say no to a boss, but you lose your job. And the same goes for a client. If you say no to a client, you're no longer making that money. So, I mean, it's something to think about, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying you have to take every job that comes your way, but when you're hurting for cash, it's really hard to say no, even if it's something you don't want to do, or you're not good at it, or you don't think you can do, or like you have to learn on the spot. You have to, in freelancing, you end up taking on jobs that you don't know how to do yet, because eventually you get the confidence that you can figure it out on the job. And that's part of it. That's part of it. Figuring it out on the job is big. I have also had issues with not being able to deliver what the client wanted, mainly in freelance art jobs. That's a tough one too. So communication is huge, and the client doesn't always have it. So you have to kind of pick up the slack for them. And that sucks because that takes extra effort and extra work. Eventually it starts to come natural, but only when you've been doing it for a while. Freelance web design was easier for me. I did freelance web design back when they still called it web design. Now they call it web development, and it's like a different beast. So I don't think I'd be able to handle that very well. What I was doing was like, really, easy stuff. Basic HTML stuff. But now it's all back end this and front end that and full stack this and networks and all that shit. I don't know any of that shit. Oh, I just hit copy when I wanted to paste. Simple, easy sites. Yep, contact form and info. I didn't even have that shit, man. All my shit was like a website with some images on it. Just like a few different pages with a few different images and some information. Like the easy stuff. That's my life building a gateway. I'm doing PHP, JavaScript. Yeah, I mean that's where the world is at these days. It seems like it's probably a good thing to learn, to be honest. You probably get more work doing that than games for sure. And art's tough because even if you find the client, it might not be a good match, and or what they're asking for might be a lot more expensive than they realize. It might take a lot more effort than they realize, and a lot more time. And you know what? Sometimes the job is better off for someone else. And sometimes it's just a bad job for whoever takes it with art. And a lot of times it comes down to the client with art, like if they're a good client or a bad client. And there are a lot of bad clients out there. Web development is massive and expensive. I mean, I'm sure it depends on the project, right? But yeah, it can be fucking crazy expensive, like teams and teams and teams of people working on something. Every once in a while I get, like, you know, Indeed.com, right? Every once in a while I'll get like things from them saying like, you know, with your skills, you might be good for this job. And then I'll look at the job and it's like web development. I'm like, shit, I don't think I could do that. Not as a senior designer or whatever, like what they're asking for, like, nah. My resume looks fantastic at this point, right? Because I've been managing teams and fucking working in games, and I know all of these different softwares and all these different pipelines, and it looks like I've been, you know, because I've been working for myself this whole time, and yeah, but the reality is that it only looks good to Indeed. It doesn't look good to the hiring manager. The hiring manager wants the perfect candidate whose portfolio is just websites or just design work or whatever it is they're looking for. And me, I'm like, well, I like games, you know. I see a lot of people on X Blue Sky with commissions open, always wonder how it works out for them. So that's a sign of a new freelancer, typically, if you ask me. I'm not saying you can't have your commissions open, so to speak, publicly. It's just like a lot of times when you're a freelancer, your commissions are always open. You just don't let people know that because you don't want randoms coming to you. You want people who like know what they want, people who have the money that can afford you. Like it's a little bit of a like a circle effect, right? Like I mean, don't get me wrong, there's random chance encounters, you know, there totally are. Like the client that I've been doing a lot of my work for the last 3 years was a total random chance encounter. And I thought that he was a scammer. I literally asked him to prove who he was before I even really talked to him. And he did. And I've been working with him since. I get similar, but it's, oh, you'll be good for this factory work or warehouse, even though I don't have anything related to either of those on my resume. Yeah, honestly I get that stuff too. I think everyone kind of gets that stuff. Yeah. Or like call centers. I get a lot of call center stuff, but I did work at 2 different call centers, so there's that. And yeah, pricing is super hard, competitive pricing. Yeah, so right, when I was in art school, we talked a lot about like cost per square inch because we were talking about canvases and stuff like that, but it gets a little bit fucking weird with digital stuff. But as a painter, you can actually price per square inch once you understand how much the materials cost, how much time it takes, and once you've kind of honed your craft and you know yourself and you start to know clients, you can come up with a square inch pricing. And you know, for me it was like $20 for square inch, you know. And you know what I ended up doing? I ended up selling 1 inch by 1 inch canvases for $20 a pop, and also 1 inch by 2 inch canvases also for $20 a pop, and they sold, man. They sold like crazy. I made more money off of those paintings than any other drawing or paintings that I sold. Because the big ones, you know, every once in a while I'd sell one, but it would be a little bit cheaper than what it should be, you know. And then I'd be happy to get rid of it a lot of times because it's like, oh, I finally sold that one. But there's a whole lot that didn't sell. I started in a call center in my current career, worked my way up the ladder. It was an epic journey so far. I was gonna do that at TSIS, but then they put me in chargebacks, and I was like, fuck that. If I would have just said no to chargebacks, I probably would, I don't know if I'd still be doing it, but I probably would have stuck around a lot longer. Because I was really good at fixing the credit card terminals from the over the phone. I mean, heck, most of the calls was just turn it on and turn it off, especially the Ingenicos. The Ingenicos were like really easy for me. The Veriphones were a little bit more difficult, but they weren't too different really. But also it was the old ones. Oh, we do got an ad coming in soon for those who aren't subbed. But yeah, I took a long break last time, so I'm gonna work through this one. Yeah, I was working on an Ingenicos today. Yeah, I mean, that's like your thing, right? I haven't played with the new ones yet. In fact, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, a lot of the things that I learned and like knew, like, you know, just like off the top of my head, I used to like just know how to fix all these different issues and all these different things, all these different key code commands and stuff, the F key and all this. I forget like most of that shit. But yeah, that was 2016, so 9 years ago. That's crazy to think about. I'm designing an app for an Android-based Ingenico. Oh, interesting. So would that be like a competitor for like the Squares and the whatever Square app? I remember that was like a thing. People would be like, I just want to use the Square app. Nah, most devices are Android now. Oh, I gotcha. Shit is pretty boring, really. Yeah, the Nintendo Switch is an Android. Yeah, the only app excuse me, the only app development I've done for anything was Unity based, so it was like totally different. So the industry is looking for more Java devs these days. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really been like money driven, which is kind of hurt my career, to be honest. Because I feel like if you make decisions based on how lucrative they are, like, you're probably better off. But you have to be happy about it, and that wouldn't have made me happy. I like making decisions based on how much freedom I get and how much happiness and enjoyment I get. But in reality, it's just boring numbers being sent all over the place. Yeah, I never wanted money. I crave knowledge. There you go. I'm too selfish to just crave knowledge in general. I want to crave knowledge about the thing that I'm interested in, which is games. So like, people would always be like, oh, you do programming, why don't you just like program bank software and stuff? And it's like, that would fucking suck. That's why I have no desire whatsoever to learn that stuff. I just want to learn games. The only reason why I learned programming at all is because I wanted to design games. At first, when I started, I just wanted to make the art, you know? Where's the closest bridge? Exactly. I just wanted to make art when I was in art school. I thought that I could just come out of art school and just be a game artist, you know, just make game art. And I graduated in 2009. The fucking industry was in the shitter, and was on the shitter. No, it was in the gutter. It sucked all of a sudden. Like right as I was graduating, everything sucked. Barely anyone was getting hired. The people that were getting hired were either like really, really, really good at what they did, or their fucking uncle was the studio owner or some shit. And yeah, so at that point I was like, well, I could keep making art for nobody, or I could, you know, make my art move, right? Because no one else is gonna do it for me. You know, I could program my own art, and that's when I started learning programming. Because, you know, I was stubborn. Everyone's like, why don't you just get a job in advertising? I was like, that doesn't sound fun, but it'll make you money. As I don't really care. I was making more money selling art and jewelry than I was using my my 3D modeling degree. And now it's different, of course. Now I don't sell any art or jewelry, well, outside of, you know, game art. And I don't sell any jewelry anymore. And I don't really make jewelry anymore to sell. I don't advertise it. I don't like promote it at all. And you know, I'm more focused on my actual career, and things have fallen into place more. Now when the economy kind of came back, there was more jobs, I had the experience, like I stuck with it and it paid off, at least a little bit. Yeah, man, marketing and application mocking up are my favorite task, as they feel like game dev art, basically. Yeah, I don't know all that much about marketing outside of games, to be honest. Like, I took a marketing class, so I understand like the general concepts and stuff of it, but I've been doing game marketing for so long that like I wouldn't know how to market other things, probably. I don't know. I could probably come up with some ideas to help the marketer, but I couldn't be the marketer. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I could, but I wouldn't do a very good job compared to someone who does that. I wouldn't have much fun. Marketing has never been that much fun for me. In fact, when I took marketing class in college, I fucking hated it. It was like the worst. I was like, why are you teaching us marketing? We're artists. Are you trying to kill our creative spirit? But the reality is that like you have to learn how to like preserve your creative spirit and deal with the marketing. So it's kind of good that they do that in college. Or at least they did it at my college. Because yeah, marketing is important for everyone, especially these days. It's just getting more and more important. It's the attention economy, is that what they call it? Where there's no one is willing to give their attention, so you have to learn how to take it, essentially. It's kind of fucked up, but that's the world we live in. If you don't have something that can grab someone's attention, then you've basically got nothing, because they won't see it. And that goes for being a freelancer as well. If you don't have the portfolio or the skills that grab the employer's attention, they won't even see you. They'll just see the person that does have that stuff. But yeah, I kind of lucked out with my current client, and honestly, I'm not making as much as I would like to with them. But what are you gonna do? I can't just like beg them for money. The only thing I can do is find other clients, which is totally something that I can do. It's not like I'm contracted to them and can only work for them. Dude, I'm so hyped. Finally replicated a nasty bug in the Hunter's Path. Been plaguing us for a couple weeks. Oh, cool. Well, hopefully that those threads can be pulled and you can figure out exactly what's going on. I'm happy for you. But yeah, with my current client, at one point he was looking for VR Unity devs, and that's what I was. And because VR is kind of expensive and people don't really know it, and it's kind of a niche thing, it was a little bit of a bottleneck. What's funny is that I ended up not even doing VR stuff for him. Like I tested for VR mods and I made a couple VR mods, but mostly I was doing Unreal mods, and that's fucking crazy to me. He wanted a Unity developer who did VR, and I ended up doing Unreal in Pancake with no VR. So it's like, it's just weird how it works out. Sometimes it's luck, like I said. But I think the takeaway there is having lots of skills and being able to learn on the spot is huge for freelancers. When you're like a specialist, like that makes sense at like a big AAA studio and stuff. You know, at EA, there's someone who just does eyebrows. I joke. Their only job is to do eyebrows. I don't know how accurate that is, but pretty much, right? Someone is just doing one thing over and over again, and they get really good at it. But then when that big company that just needs that one specialist fires them, then that one specialist only has that one skill on their resume, and that's rough. So it kind of puts you in this tight spot where you're kind of stuck doing whatever they tell you to do and paying you whatever they feel like, and then just getting fired whenever they feel like, getting laid off whenever they feel like, you know, and that's kind of shit. Oh yeah, we know what it is now, finally. Oh hell yeah. That is cool that you work more freelance. It's a juggle and luck. Yep, it is, yeah. Yeah, right now that's my only job is freelancing and game development for myself, or for, you know, like Pyrotoad is like a partnership, right? And so yeah, those are my only jobs right now, making mods for the one client, and then doing games. Every once in a while someone will ask me for stuff, you know, and sometimes they pay me up front, or like with Johnny Manjuro, it's like a revenue split. Usually I stay away from rev shares because that's kind of dicey. But at this point, I'm pretty happy with Johnny's work, and he seems like a cool cat, so I'm rolling the dice a bit, and it seems to be working out so far. I mean, who knows what will actually happen with the payment and stuff, but the development process has been really smooth. As long as you are happy. Having kids forced me to work full-time with benefits, etc. A sad moment. Yeah, so I liked my rockstar life, but I love my family. Yeah, so there's a sacrifice that I made a long time ago. I decided that I didn't want children. I didn't really want to get married, and like, I am where I am. I'm because of the choices I made, and I put my career before friendships, bands, relationships, obviously any spawn that I might have had, right? And yeah, even the relationship with my folks, like, I live by myself in the middle of nowhere and know pretty much nobody around me. I put myself here, and I'm okay with that. I let my career be my enjoyment in life, and I do it all the time. And I'm lucky that I'm like multi-skilled enough where like I can kind of do music, art, programming. And then, you know, if I get bored of those things, I can do traditional art, you know, painting, drawing, sculpture, that type of stuff. And then if I'm really hurting, then I can go back to call centers or some type of tech job or fucking print work or you know, picture framing even, you know. So like I'm lucky that I have all of these skills that I can kind of rely on if things fall apart, but I'm always on a little bit of a tight budget, and I don't have the time or the I just don't know enough people to even meet people that could be potential wives or you know, mothers to my spawn, right? It just hasn't happened because I haven't allowed it to happen. I haven't left room for that in my life. Me too, but then I sexed a bunch and then there was a baby. Yeah, that happens. I actually, not to get too personal, but I haven't had sex in years at this point, and it's kind of ridiculous, but at the same time it's like whatever, like it's not that important to me. It used to be when I was younger, but you know. I'm trying to do all this with 2 kids and a wife. LOL, it's chaotic. Hey, welcome in, Easy Perp. Haven't seen you in a long time. My oldest son just tried come past me my youngest baby to watch. Bro, I'm working. LOL. Jeez. But welcome in. Last playing Call of Duty Warzone. Hope you're doing well. Hope your streams have been going good. It's always good to see you in here. Easy Perp has been hanging out for a long time, so everyone should give him a follow. He's super cool. He's a game dev, Unity dev, pixel artist, solo dev, and family man. So definitely worth a follow. Shit, they've been hanging out since like 2019 or so, I want to say. So yeah, years. Just Well said, yeah, nothing wrong with not having kids. Some parents don't understand it. That's, yeah, some people, I mean, in general, I get weird looks for when people realize that I just live alone. Yeah, at this age, I'm like turning 40 and like, you're supposed to have kids and a family at this point. Shit, some people my age probably have grandkids. That's just the way it is. My Helldiver friend is online. He's probably gonna call me in a second. Right, Sloth the Fox, a lot to juggle. I can only imagine. Like, I've talked to people. One of my dev friends has 4 kids and a wife, and that shit is fucking crazy to me. But he's still making games. He's still pumping them out. He's fast at it too. He's doing really good. Just Well says, Sloth the Fox, what are you working on? Yep, I hear you, man, 100%. Some of my best friends and proud dog parents. Some of your best friends are proud dog parents. Yeah, there you go. Bro, don't have kids, LOL. Yeah, I know, my dad was always like, don't get married, and then he gets married 3 times. Yeah, don't do it. No, at this point, like, I'm not really interested in that, and I'm probably gonna end up in a relationship where the other person's not really interested. 4 kids, that sounds more chaotic. It's definitely more chaotic. My brother has 4 kids. It's crazy, man. I hope he doesn't have any more, because that's just insane. That's too many. I don't know how he affords it. He works a lot though. And he's in a job that doesn't sound fun. It's funny though. You know, my brother isn't really art focused. He doesn't have an art degree. He got a, actually I don't know what his degree is in. He failed out of a chemical engineering degree. And why is this, what am I doing wrong here? And then he went to a different school and got a different degree, and I don't know what he got, but he was working for the oil industry, and it's weird the way that he got into that job. He fixed someone's computer, which is funny because he's not a computer person. He managed to fix someone's computer and they gave him a job, and then he was doing 3D modeling for this person, or that person got him another job where he was doing 3D modeling. He didn't go to school for 3D modeling. I did. He's not a computer guy, but I am. And somehow he was making money doing 3D modeling and I wasn't. And that felt like shit. I just felt like I had the worst luck. But yeah, I just kept trying. I didn't let it keep me down. Right, LOL, I've been saying no kids since I had no kids. Now I got 4 and I'm pissed and happy, but man, LOL. Oh, you got 4 kids too? Jeez. Yeah, 4 kids is a lot. I survived 2 kids, was challenging. Yeah, I can only imagine. Yeah, kids are the best and worst thing ever. Hey, we were all kids at one point. We were all the worst at some point. What are you working on here? Oh, good question. I am doing, I'm swapping a lot of variables. So what I've got is, these are for tile swapping, and then these are the backgrounds here. So like, if we move this thing out of the way, you can see it's just a bunch of waves. But if we zoom in real close, you can see how there's like that pixel there, and there's like a pixel missing on these ones, right? So each tile is actually a unique wave, and that's done on purpose. So the first thing that it does is that it replaces all of the unique ones with regular waves, and then what it does is it decides where it's going to place 1 to 4 fish on this. So if there's just 1, it places it here. If there's 2, you get 1 in the corner and 1 in the bottom. If there's 3, you get 1 in the middle up here and 2 in the front down there. And if there's 4, you get 4 evenly placed around there. And then what it chooses the fish from here. So it actually has to take each tile individually from each fish and decide where it's going to place it. And what I've done for the game jam, I did these 2, and that was like a year ago. And then recently I've added 2 more sets of fish and another boss. So I'm linking up these scenes to use these fish instead of those fish. And it's a bit of a nightmare as far as all these variable swaps. We did this whole scene as far as I know. We haven't tested it yet. But yeah, each one of these GVVM scripts had to be copy paste swapped, and there's like a fucking million of them. I don't even know how many there are. There's so many. But we're getting to the bottom of it. Actually, we're getting real close. But that's what we're doing, and we've been doing it for 3 days. Let's see, where was I at? With PK, we are working on a liminal space horror. It involves people's psyche and various fears. Personal project is a 2D cyberpunk game for fun. Nice. Nice, making games, wonderful. You on Blue Sky or X? I don't know what Blue Sky or X is. That's interesting that you don't know what Blue Sky or X is. They're social media sites. X is Twitter. Yeah, Twitter was bought out and became X. I love following people's projects and updates. Forgot Twitter turned into X. I have it, but I don't really use it. More so on Discord. Variable hell, yes, variable hell, that's what we've been doing. Wowzers, the fact that you got it up and running is crazy. Which, this game? The game that I'm working on? I actually did it in 7 days for a game jam the first time. But now we're updating it with a 2nd level, a 2nd boss, and 8 new enemies. And the levels are big. I can show you them here, but they look ugly, and they don't really fit on the screen. But I can also show you the pixel art, and it's kind of massive. Let's do it from the recent files. That's a little easier. Recent. This one. Yeah. So this is the new level. So these are different locations that you can go to get extra points and levels. These are save points that restore your health. This eye is gonna be animated. We got a ship there. But yeah, if we look at the sprite size, it's 1016 by 1024 pixels. So that's a lot of fucking pixels, right? Let's do the math on that. 1016 times 1024. That's 100. No, wait. That's over 1,000,000 pixels. This piece of art is over 1,000,000 pixels. You believe that shit? That's fucking crazy. I can't believe that shit. This is over 1,000,000 pixels. A lot of waves, but yeah. We used Tiled, which is a piece of software to make these tile maps much easier. I was able to just draw the lines, and then it came up with the outlines and the shapes based on what I did. It made things a lot easier, but it was really hard software to learn. If you check out the VOD, you can watch me struggle for about an hour before I got it figured out. But yeah, the first level we did was actually by hand during a live stream, and the whole time I was saying, man, I should have used Tiled for this, but I don't know how to use it, and it's during a game jam, I don't have the time to learn it, so I bit the bullet and learned it on stream for this. And I probably should have just done that from the first place because it took a lot less time to learn it and then use it, but yeah. I need to do a jam. Been a while. Want to do a longer one, maybe after the Hunter's Path. You know, the GB Compo 2025 is starting in like 2.5 days, and it's a 3-month game jam. But it's Game Boy games only, Game Boy and Game Boy Color. But you could use GB Studio. You could learn GB Studio. That's how I learned, was during the GB Compo 2023. So yeah, I wonder how many pixels I have clicked. Yeah, imagine that. But yeah, over 1,000,000 pixels for these maps, and there's 2 of them. So that's over 1,000,000 there and over 1,000,000 there. That's fucking crazy. I'm glad I looked that up, because now I feel like a superhero or something. Thanks for checking in, Sloth the Fox. Right? LOL. Yeah, for real, man. Because that's like a lot. Fun stream, guys. Sleep, be well, peeps. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. I appreciate that. Get some sleep. And hope you have a great day tomorrow when you wake up. Well rested. Always appreciate you being here. We're nearly done with this, so I'm gonna keep powering away at this. We can keep chatting, but...
My name is Eon Flux. I'm here on a mission to assassinate Trevor Goodchild. Is everybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
Hey, I'm Flux. That is such a crazy cartoon. I don't know if you've seen that before, but I really enjoyed it. I have the box set on DVD. Also, I realized recently that there was a game for PS2, I think, that, or maybe it was PS1, that almost came out but didn't. Super Rick Oakland has the power to lift over 2 million pixels with one hand. It's true. It's true. I'm gonna use that in the advertising. 2 levels, 2 maps with over 2 million pixels. Yeah. But honestly, I haven't done much testing on this second level, so hopefully it doesn't need to be redone or something, because that would be 2 million more or 1 million more pixels. But I do like this project, and so far 2 people have streamed it, and they both really liked it. It gets downloads pretty frequently on itch. I mean, it's free, so I'm not making any money off of it, but it's a fun project. I have fun playing it. There was this bug where it was crashing and I couldn't figure it out, and it took me months to figure it out, but I figured it out, and I fixed that, and now we're making another level. And I implemented some feedback based on the streamers, so hopefully they enjoy it more than they already did, because both of them really liked it. One of them kept playing it even after he beat it. He beat it and he kept playing it, and that was super cool to see. But yeah, what we're doing here is we're creating this variable for the background. It's a reference, right? So we're referencing this background and then replacing it here. And then we're doing it for each tile, because each one of these is a different tile. And there's 9 for each fish. And like I said, 4 different locations. So if fish 1 is in position 1, it gets 9 tiles. If it's in position 2, it gets 9 tiles. If it's in position 3, it gets 9 tiles. If it's in position 4, it gets 9 tiles. And then fish 2 is in position 1, it gets 9 tiles. Is in position 2. So you get the picture. Like, lots of different variances. There's a word for what it is, and I've already forgotten it. I keep thinking it's gonna come back to me. It will come back to me eventually. There's a word for it. Yeah, I have it written down in the game files actually, so I could pull that up. It's not in the recents. But if we go to the fishing game backgrounds, permutations, that's the word I'm looking for. Permutations. Rico! Shout out to Indiana Crones. If you haven't checked out Indiana Crones, you should check them out. They play Sea of Thieves on Tuesdays and Saturdays with me. I play with them. And they do, what is it, Hammerfall 2 on Thursdays. And then on Mondays, you just kind of do whatever you feel like, right? Is that the case? Indie games? But check out Indiana Crones if you haven't. Shoot them a follow. They're super cool. They stream for Crohn's disease awareness, and they're awesome peeps. They know how to juggle. They can play that. They can do that thing where they do fancy tricks with the ball on the thing. What is that called? Monday is random indie games. Nice. What is that called where you do the tricks with the ball? Left my ass up. Kendama. Yeah, I'll never remember that. But they're like super cool. So you should give them a follow. What are you up to today, Crones? Or Indie? Sometimes I call you Indie, sometimes I call you Crones. There's so many other indies, you know what I mean? We're doing more of what we've been doing for the last 3 days, and it's fantastic. It's good fun. Actually, we're nearly done, which is crazy. So we're doing different tile swaps for each permutation, and there's like a fuckload of permutations. I think they're actually all on that drawing. We go there. I think this is all the permutations. But these ones are missing, so I think those ones are supposed to be there. Or maybe they're not. I don't know. But there's like a lot here, right? And each fish gets a different position. And yeah, I don't even understand. This stuff is like written in code. I have no idea what this fucking means. And these two are the same. I don't know. I was like really deep into my thoughts when I did this, and I don't remember what it means at all, or why some of the smiley faces are sideways and some of them aren't. I think it was just to easily make the permutations. I love being called by my disease name. Hey, you came up with the name. It's wild. I don't know what I'm doing. Just got on PC and see you streaming. Alright, cool, cool. What would you prefer I call you? There's an ad starting soon, by the way. If you get ads, some people do not. What do you prefer I call you? Indiana Crones? Should I just say the whole thing? Or Indiana? Indiana's? Because that's not indie. Nah, Crones works. I never care. I just kind of say what comes out of me. Sorry. I'm just reading the name. Yeah. That sucks, though, about Crohn's, man. Like, I feel bad for you. I know that must be terrible. Yeah, I don't care. LOL, I've been called worse, I'm sure. No, don't. I'm allowed to feel how I want, damn it. Without Crohn's, I wouldn't have met y'all. That's not true. You would have come up with a different name. Ads, yeah, sorry about the ads. Wrecked. Sorry, man. Uh-oh. Now you won't get added. Thanks for the sub. 2 months in a row. Appreciate that so much. Are you out of the ad? Sometimes you gotta refresh to get out of it. I appreciate the sub. That's super cool. The Prime sub. Hell yeah. You only get one of those and you use it on me? That's super cool, dude. Kixie's here. Welcome in, Kixie. I finished Adventure Time. Finished Wizard City. And we're still doing more of this variable swapping. But we're like almost done. We're literally like almost done. Thanks for checking in, Kixie. 19. Everyone should follow Call Me Kixie if they haven't yet. She's super cool. She plays indie games. Yup. Saturdays. She's got an awesome community. She's very kind and supportive. And pretty much everyone in her community is pretty much awesome. So, yeah, definitely go check her out. Give her a follow. Check her schedule, put it on your calendar. Subbing during ads doesn't close ads. It does if you refresh. If you refresh the stream, then the ad goes away. But I couldn't tell you that because you were in the ad. I should have wrote it in the keyboard. Sorry about that. I always feel bad. Wait, for real? Yeah, that's what I've heard. That if you sub during the ad and then you refresh it, then the ad goes away. I'm pretty sure. I've never tested that, but this is what I've heard. So maybe? Let's say maybe. But also, the ads support me. Earlier this week, I got like $2.80 from ads in one stream. So that's pretty crazy. It was like a fucking 20-hour stream. Go live right now and run an ad for science. Yeah, that's a lot of work just for science. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely, Kixie. Thank you for joining the stream. I hope you're having a great evening. Hope that work was okay. Hope you're ready for some more variable swapping. But like I said, we're like so close to being done with that. I'm actually really excited. We're like, you can like see the end at this point. Noctum Sumpra, welcome in. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. We're doing Game Boy development. And it's been boring, but there's only 18 left after this stack. So what is that? What's 9 times 3? 27. Only 27 left. Actually 26 because we already got one. Only 26 more copy pastes left until we can do something else. It's been 3 days of this same activity. $25. Got the countdown going. That's how bad it's been. 24. But how are you, Noctum? Are you a developer by chance? An artist? Are you any of those? If you're not, that's cool too. But I like to meet artists and stuff. So if you are, I'm interested. Or developers or anything really. I'm always down to chat about anything. But welcome in. We're pretty rowdy here, but not too bad. Yeah. Some streamers in here. And yeah, actually a lot of us are streamers, aren't we? Indiana Crones is a streamer. Sloth is a streamer. Easy Perp's a streamer. Just Wall doesn't stream that much, I don't think. Or are they streaming? Do they? But he left actually. I am a software developer. Used to do some small games prior to 2010 with Game Maker. Very cool, very cool. Easy Perp, thanks for the gigantic emo. I've never seen that one big. That's so cool. It actually doesn't look too bad, huh? And recently getting more and more interested in graphics. Oh, cool. Aseprite and such. Oh, sprite work. Nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Aseprite. If we pull up Aseprite, you can see this level that I made. Recently we did the math and there's over I almost said 1,000, over 1 million pixels here. This is over 1 million pixels. Of course, a lot of it's tiles and stuff, but yeah. I actually used a program called Tiled to help me draw these, so I wouldn't have to, so all I had to do was draw one line and it would come up with all the tiles based on tiles sets that I made earlier. So I did make all the tiles and then I used that tiled software to help me put them in place without having to put every single tile in, and that was pretty awesome. I saw your stream and it attracted me visually from the start. Hey, that's awesome to hear. I appreciate that. Game Maker, that was such a good program. It still is. It's still a good program. They've been updating it and stuff, and now they're Game Maker Studio 2. That's been the up-to-date version for some time now. They did start a free model, which is like subscription and free, which is kind of weird, but from what I understand, people are still pretty happy with it. I don't like the idea of a subscription, but also I don't like the idea of free but not for commercial use. But yeah, I never got huge into Game Maker Studio. I did play with Game Maker before it was called Game Maker Studio. I played with a couple different versions of it before it was Game Maker Studio, like the old versions of Game Maker, and it was tough. It was, you know, there were tutorials, and I did make some prototypes, but mostly I was happy to find Unity. But I went to school for 3D animation and modeling, so I was like kind of looking for something that could do both pixel art and 3D modeling, because I like both. I like them both equally. I definitely prefer pixel art over like high res 2D art, but the 3D art I like low poly, high poly, all that stuff. Although I really like low poly, honestly, or like medium poly even. Some of the like the super fancy stuff is a little intense for me. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Been doing the same thing so long that my brain's fried. $18 left. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of cool redeems in this stream. I also love low res huge pixels. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've been getting really into Game Boy. That's been my thing lately. But yeah, we got a lot of random redeems here. And they're a lot of fun. They're real cheap. We got some meat wad here.
Oh, you gonna love this, boy. Tyrone calls you up, you know, in the game and it says, I can dig more clams than you, stupid. And you gotta say, no, boy. And you gotta race down to the beach with your buckets and your shovels. And the object of the game is to find parking.
Clam digger. But yeah, I'm into a lot of different stuff, but recently it's been Game Boy. Really like Game Boy stuff. We got a game called Pyrotoad that I'm working on with a partner who is based in Japan. He's actually a NES developer that just started doing Game Boy stuff, and he saw that I was an artist and a Game Boy developer, and we make a pretty good team. So we've been making this platformer called Pyrotoad. Falk 3, rename the boat. What is that? Oh, Falk, I'll rename the boat, because you were calling it Firetoad? Because it's actually Pyrotoad? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Firetoad, Pyrotoad. Meatwad is so cool. Meatwad is cool. Yeah, that's why I had to have a Meatwad redeem. Like, I love all of Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but Meatwad's the best part. For sure. Hands down. Yeah, no worries. I wasn't gonna say nothing like, you spelled the name wrong, guys, because you guys did such a great job putting the boat together. It was really cool. Carl's second. Carl's pretty good too. I used to have a neighbor that we used to call Carl, even though that wasn't his name. And he like didn't know why we called him Carl, but we all knew why we called him Carl. And those stupid aliens, which ones? The Moonanites? We got a Moonanite redeem too. It's in here somewhere.
None of your damn business. We're here to take your pornography and sodomize our vast imaginations.
Yep. Sodomize our vast imaginations. It's a good one. Doesn't get much better than that. I'm so happy. There's more. Those are random ones. So every time you do it, it's different. Well, hopefully. Sometimes it's the same. But there's a lot. I don't know how many Moon and Night ones there are. There's a lot of Meatwad ones. There's one where he sings Rush. Because I love Rush. I'm a huge Rush fan. I was actually listening to 2112. I don't know why that was hard for me to like, my brain is just like, what? I was listening to 2112 earlier. But I really like Power Windows and Grace Under Pressure, though. I think those are my favorite Rush albums other than Chronicles, because Chronicles is like the best of album. One of my bosses is a huge Rush fan. Dude, Rush is fucking phenomenal. Your boss is probably pretty cool if he likes Rush. But then again, Rush is so good that like a lot of people probably like Rush, and the more people there are, the less chance there is that they're cool, maybe. I don't know, I'm just talking at this point. But Power Windows is so fucking good, and so is Grace Under Pressure. They're both really, really good albums. But yeah, the other day I was listening to Presto and Signals, and those are really good albums too. I forget how good those ones are because Power Windows and Grace Under Pressure are so good. But 2112 has some really great tracks too. Pretty much all their albums are really good, to be honest. Even the ones from the 90s. Trying to remember the name of the one that I'm thinking of. Something about Echo. But yeah, today I realized that this band I loved back in like junior high came out with a new album after 20 years of not having albums out. Of course, it was 2022, so like what, 3 years ago? I just realized today that Stabbing Westward came out with an album in 2022. I only listened to the first 3 tracks, and the first one was good. The second and third were not that great, but I kind of want to finish the rest of it just because of nostalgia, man. I loved that band when I was a kid.
I'm gonna get tore up.
Dude, that's one of my favorite Meatwad quotes. Whenever I'm like looking for something, because I like live by myself, you know, I just like talk to myself sometimes, like, you know, a crazy person would, and I'll be like, where's my shoes? I'ma get tore up. Because I can't find my shoes. I'm like, where the fuck did I put my shoes? Instead of saying, where the fuck are my shoes? I'll say, where are my shoes? I'ma get tore up. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it makes me laugh. Yeah, I never used to talk to myself because I lived in an apartment, and then I was living in my mom's basement when I was staying with her, and you know, everyone can hear you, right? But when you're like living in your own house by yourself, like, you can say whatever the fuck you want, no one's gonna hear you. I don't share any walls with people. So I started talking to myself a little bit. Not a whole lot. But you know, I was at my cousin's place, well actually my mom's cousin, my mom's cousin's place for Christmas, and he was talking to himself in a room full of people, and I gave him this look like, are you talking to me? And he's like, I'm talking to myself. It's okay. I do that. And I was like, maybe it is okay. Oh my god, I just finished. Woo! 3 days of work have been finished. There's no more variable swaps left. Crazy. Holy shit. Kixie says, hi, Cryptic. Yeah, Cryptic's been hanging out. Cryptic actually came up with a list for a computer for me. To buy a computer, the parts for a computer. So that's pretty cool. Thank you for that, Cryptic, again. I very much appreciate that. Alright, so now we need to make them go to the right places. And that's going to be like a whole nother thing here. So... Fish Zone 1. These things here send you to these things here, right? So if we go to on update and it'll say if fish zone int equals 1, fight scene 1 group. So what we need to do is come up with another variable here. So we'll do var value and if compare with value. So what we need to do is, I don't know if we already made this variable yet, but we need it to be, don't do that. Give me more space here. We want to see if there's a level 1, level 2 variable. I don't think there is, so I think we need to make one. Yeah, so there isn't one, so we'll make one. So this variable 126, we're gonna rename it to level overworld level int. Overworld level int is going to and maybe we should capitalize the I on int so that way it's consistent. Yeah, celebration. We finished all of the variable swapping. It's fucking crazy. Now we're actually doing something different, and it's mind-blowing. So if it's 0, then we go to this one. But then we go copy event and paste event, and then we say if it's 1, we're gonna go to a different one. So we'll say enemy count with the types need to be changed. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna rename this to 2 fight scene 3 actually. We'll hit that button. And then so instead of 0 to 3, we want it to be, so this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, this is 6, this is 7, this is 8, this is 9, this is 10, this is 11. So we want it to be 8 to 11. So we change this from 8 to 11. And this one from 8 to 11. This one 8 to 11. And this one 8 to 11. So now instead of choosing between 0 to 3, we're going 8 to 11. And that's going to change the type of fish that we got there. Yeah, and then we need to do that for each of these. So if fish zone equals 2, then we want this again. We'll copy the event and we'll paste it. And oh wait, actually we want to do this thing here where we do if overworld int, right? So we'll go if value compare, or if variable compare with value, and overworld level int equals 0, then we put this in there, and then we'll duplicate this. So we'll copy the event and paste it down here below the else, and change this to 1 for level 2, right? And then random 1 through 4 stays the same, but this needs to be 8 through 11 again. 8 and 11. 8 and 11. 8 and 11. 8 and 11. So that takes care of fish zones 1 and 2. But we need fish zone 3 and 4 also. And those ones are going to bring up these fish. So it's going to be kind of the same thing, but a little variation here. So what we want is, again, if value the overworld level int equals 0, then we use this one. We'll copy this, paste it here, and then if the overworld int equals 1, that's when we want, instead of 4 through 7, and this is 11, so this is 12, 13, 14, 15, we want 12 through 15. I'm so glad that we were done with those variables. It was like it was never going to end. Alright, so now we've got fish zone 3 done. We need fish zone 4 done, and that's going to be pretty much the same thing. So we need the if value compare, and we're going to change it to overworld level ints. And if it's 0, we'll use this one. We'll copy this event, paste it here, and then change it to 1 here, because overworld level 1 will be int on the second, or overworld level int will be 1 on the second level. And then instead of 4 to 7, we need the same one that we used there, 12 to 15, because it's coming up with a random number to decide which fish it's going to place in the random position. 12 to 15, 12 to 15, 12 to 15. And that should actually take care of that. The next step is that it's going to send you to different scenes afterwards, right? So we've got the sound effects. Somewhere in here it changes the scene, and somewhere it does the thing. So those are the things that I just did. Let's close it so it's not so massive. And this is that one we just did. So after that, if overworld RNG equals 12, display fish. Then there's this event group. There's a Cricketot in chat, if anyone plays the Pokemon game. And then we've got fish zone 1 int. We're gonna change it to that, right? And then this one, that. So it sends us to these incoming screens is what it does. So what we need to do is make sure that it sends us to the right place after that, right? So if info equals 0, change scene to fight. So what we need to do here is the same thing. We'll say if value, and then we'll use that same integer, the world overworld level int. If that equals 0, then we use this one, right? But we're gonna copy it, we're gonna paste it, and then if it equals 1, we're gonna change the scene to fight scene 3. Right? Because this is easy fish. So this one gets fight scene 3 also. And yeah, here it is. So you hit the button and then it changes there. What we want to do is if value compare with variable is overworld int. If it equals 0, then we do that. We'll copy it, paste it here, and overworld if it equals 1, then we change the scene to fight scene 3 again. Now these ones are going to be fight scene 4. So if info equals 0, we'll close that and we'll add a var val if compare, and world level int equals 0, we'll throw that in there. We'll copy this event, paste it there, and then we want this to be 1, and then we change this to 4. Right? Because it gets the harder fish, and that's good for that. These ones, they go back to the last scene on the stack, so that we don't have to worry about those. And then we'll do the same thing for this one. So we'll do a variable value compare. Oh, I can't spell all of a sudden. And we'll change it to world level int. Throw that there. Copy this, paste it there, and change this to 1 now. And then we'll change the scene to 4. And that should take care of that. And honestly, it should work at this point. We've done all the things. And the only thing that we haven't done, oh, and there is an ad in progress. I couldn't snooze it. Sorry about that. The only thing we haven't done is change the values of the health. And I believe that's done here in the update somewhere. Not really sure. Maybe it's not. What is this? Enemy names, health UI, leveling system, give XP, damage gen. I think it's done here. I think it's done, or maybe it's done here. Uninitialize. Reset brace, make sure enemies aren't dead. Enemy count equals 1. Set enemy health by type by group. Yeah. So what we'll do, and this is actually pretty easy, right? We'll take a look at these. These ones end at 70. And this is a duplicate of fight scene 1. So we'll go to fight scene 2 and we'll take a look at this is the battle manager. We'll go to the health, right? Enemy health. Yeah, so enemy 3 type equals 120. Enemy 3 type, so 7, enemy type 7 is 120. Enemy type 6 is 20 or 100, 90, 80. So it's been going up by 10, except for the last one went up by 20. So it made the last fish even harder than the other ones, right? But other than that, it's all 10s. So what we can do is just go up from 120 and start with 10s on that. So we'll go to the battle manager, and so we started at 120. This will be 130. This one will be 140. This one will be Oh, it did jump up there. It jumped from 40 to 60. I don't know if that's on purpose or what, but we'll stick with it. We'll just put a 1 in front of it. That makes it easy, right? We'll just give it 100 more health. 170. That's pretty tough. That's pretty tough there. But we gotta do it for each of these, which is kind of ridiculous. But this one has to be 130. And this one 140. And this one 160. And this one 170. It almost would be smarter to do this in a script, but it's okay. We'll just, after the stuff we did earlier, this isn't gonna bother us. But yeah, we're hard coding the health values, and that's kind of a dumb thing to do, but that's the way it is. So, oh man, there's a lot actually. I didn't think about that, because I think I only changed the one position. Oh no, because there's only one fish there, it only needed the one position. So we're okay, but it does exponentially grow. The work that we have to do exponentially gets more work, like, because we need position 1 and 2, so each of these gets 4 things. That's not too bad though. We do have to do it again on the next one, but what are you gonna do? The price that we pay for having more fish in our game. Oh, no. 160. Oh, welcome back from the ads. Sorry about that, people. We ran out of snoozes. But yeah, we're just changing the values of the health for the fish at this point. This is the starting health for the fish based on the number that they are. And we'll need to change all these numbers too, actually. I didn't think about that. So this will be 140, 160, 170, 130, 140, 160, and 170. Alright, so if this is 3, and this is 4, 5, 6, 7, then this is 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, and there's enemy count 4. We need to do this one too. Wait. Why is that one 40? That was a bug. That was supposed to be 20. We need to fix that. That's crazy. Never noticed that the enemy's life was different depending on its position because of an accident. Whoops. Oh, I'm not on the right thing. Enemy position 4. This one. Oh, that one says 20. That one says 40. So this one's right and the other one's wrong? Or was it position 1? Ah, there's the mistake. Okay, so that's supposed to be 20. This one, make sure that they're all 20, yeah. That's so weird. But we fixed it. We should probably mark that. Because that should go in the patch notes. Fixed position 1 fish type 1 having 40 health should have been 20. I'll reword that when it goes in the patch notes, but that otherwise I won't know what the hell I'm talking about. So we fixed that. We're back at scene 3, and now we're going to go to the battle manager, which is that little actor in the corner, and we'll fix the rest of these so that they're the right values. 160, 170. This one's 40. Oh wait, I'm sorry, 130. This one's 140. 160. 170. 130. 140. 160. 170. 130. 140. 160. 170. Okay, so that should take care of all of the enemies on this, but only their health values. We need to go back and give them the right fish values. So we said this was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this will be 11. This will be 10. This will be 9. And this will be 8. This one's 11. One's 10. This one's 9. This one's 8. This one's 11. One's 10. 9. 8. 11. 10. 9. 8. Is that all of them? No. I don't know why. Oh. It does that for each one. Okay. So this is 11. 10. 9. 8. 11. 10. 9. 8. 11. 10. I get to work and immediately feel like I have to puke. Oh, dude, that's not a good thing. Sorry to hear that. I hope that things get better for you, Cryptic. This one's 9. This one's 8. You might want to start looking for another job if that's really what's going on. Because that's like a psychological thing. Probably not going to get any better. I mean, I hope it gets better, but from my own experience, when going into work makes you feel physically ill, that's a sign that it might be time to move on and find something better. And something might be better out there. That's the other thing. When you're working, it's constantly, you should constantly be looking for another job. That's the way I've always imagined it, and it's always worked for me. Always have your ear to the ground for a better position at a better location, and just constantly work yourself up. You know, back in the day, it used to be beneficial to stick with a company for as long as you could, because you can work yourself up that way. And sometimes that's the case. But when it's not the case, it's important to find another spot, because you can instead of moving like a lateral movement, you can actually go diagonally, right? You can go up in the chain at a different place. It's possible. But yeah, it's important to have your eye open for opportunities like that. I know personally, sometimes it gets really easy to get complacent when you have a job and you have a steady workflow, and you don't want to like rock the boat or like, you know, miss out on any promotions and stuff. And they feed you, you know, sometimes lies, sometimes truths about where your future at that company might be, and they make you want to stay. You know, they don't want you to leave, but there might be a better employer that has better benefits, better money, and a better place to work that doesn't make you feel sick. So that's just something to think about. Never hurts to have your eyes open. You just don't tell your boss, because that could be bad. Alright, so we're at 8 for that one. So this is 11, 10, 9, 8, 11, 10, 9, 8. Yeah, this should definitely be a script, because it happens so often. And then I would only have to change it once. Unfortunately, there's nothing around that can pay me as much. Well, that is unfortunate. That's one of the negative parts about living in like rural areas or places where there's just not a lot of opportunity. That sucks. Another possible solution could be to, you know, talk to your boss about other possible solutions, but that could also blow up in your face. Sometimes people say, "Oh, you don't like your job? Well, we'll get someone who does," you know, or you know, it's always a risk when you bring up that you're not having fun or that you're burned out, you know. But sometimes it's better than the alternative. I mean, I know you need the money, right? But burning out is a health hazard, so you gotta be careful. I check once a month. Good. I'm glad that you check. That's important, and because something could arise. Sometimes new things come in, you know. I'm happy that you're looking, you know, but I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. That really sucks to hate your job or to feel ill when you go in, you know what I mean? And you know, some of that could be, you know, making sure you're getting enough sleep, making sure that you're getting enough nutrients in your diet, getting enough exercise, so that way you're like the most prepared you can be to face that when you get there. And I know that's just like kind of one of those like seemingly obvious things, but sometimes it's not so obvious. You know, if you got a whole lot going on at home and it's hard for you to get sleep, and you come to work, you know, with only like less than 8 hours of rest, that's going to affect how you feel for sure. Because if you're exposing yourself to something that feels bad, it's going to feel better if you're like at the best you could possibly feel. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm not trying to like place any blame on you at all, because I don't know your circumstance. I'm just saying from experience that I know that when I'm working at a shitty job, because I used to drink, right? And I used to drink and come into work hungover sometimes, and it would be like a job that I hated, and I'd be hungover, I'd have a headache, and it just made it so much worse. You know what I mean? So the opposite of that is to be, you know, well hydrated, get enough rest, have enough nutrients, get exercise in your daily life, and your body be like ready to face the hardships of work, you know? Alright, so these should be good then. These should be all set. Now we're on to fight scene 4, and we gotta do the same thing, but with these fish. So we'll go to the battle manager. Sorry, I'm gonna sip on some liquids here. Alright. Alright, back at it. We got enemy count, and then we've got enemy type. So yeah, this one's 80. Pretty sure we can just add a 1 in front of these, and this will be, what would we say, 11 to 15? 11, 12, 13, 14? Did we make a mistake earlier? Hold on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's 12 through 15. So no, we didn't make a mistake earlier. I made a mistake just now. So 12, 13, 14, and then 15. Twelve, 13, 14. Oh, this should be, oh yeah, 110. Okay. I was like, wait, no, because that's not right. Why is this 190 and this is 110? What? No, this should be 200. Not 190. And this one should be 220. Not 1 whatever. $210 and $230? No, 220. That's what it needed to be. We're adding 100 points. Alright, so next we've got 12, 180, 13, 190, 14, 200, and then 15, 220. Is that right? 220, 200, 220. This one's supposed to be 200. Alright, now it's alright. 14, 15, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright, now we gotta do all these ones. 12, 13, 14, 15, 12, 13, 14, 15. Now all of these ones, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then these ones, 12, 13, 14, 15, and we're done. Alright, so the only other thing we need to do is the boss. Alright, so we already did the tiles for the boss, so we don't have to worry about that. We need the life. Alright, so enemy count is equal to 3. The health, I'm pretty sure we can go over 255 now, right? So we should just go to 355 and hopefully it doesn't break things. Then 250, oh, that was a 1. 250 and 250, and I think that should be fine. I'm pretty sure that they changed it so it can go over that. Wait, what is the thing say? Value set the selected variable to. I should probably look it up because it'll crash if it's not true. Max int size in GB Studio. All variables in GB Studio 3 can now range from negative 32,000 to negative 32. Wait. You have to use evaluate math expression instead of set variable to value though. Oh, interesting. Variables and maxing them out. Math with numbers above 255. Interesting. So there is some things that you have to do. Okay, so 32,000, negative 32,000 to positive 32,000. One of the challenges creators face in GB Studio, let me just get this in front of everyone. It is not dark mode, unfortunately. There's the limits on variables with numbers that can only range from 0 to 255. This poses a problem for common game mechanics like high scores and money systems. Sure, we could cap our wallets at 255 and call it a day, but why stop there? We want 99 coins, not 255. The article will cover how to do that. We'll be using everyone's favorite tool, math. We'll cover how to create, display, and perform math on values up to 999. To build a system for working with numbers above 255, you'll want to be familiar with global variables, event groups, the variable math functions event, compare events, variable to value, label, define, and label go to events. I don't know what how to do those. That's interesting. Editor's note, you'll already find articles on this site for variables and there are ones upcoming for math and label events. Breaking down a number, hundreds, tens, and ones. I already know how to do that. I want to know how to do this. "16-bit variables." Calculator type shit. A little bit. I'm trying to figure out how to get variables over 255 so that way we can have 355 for the health. Because I've already done this before in Source Hack. I think I followed this exact tutorial. But I want to know, how do you get the variables to be above 255? Doesn't say. Maybe I was closer on the other thing that I had. Variables and maxing them out. Oh, we've got ad in progress. You know, I need to use the bathroom, so we'll take this ad as a bathroom break, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, we're back from the ad break. Thank you for that. And, you know, I'm kind of just thinking, what if we just try it and see if it works, right? Like, what's the worst that could go wrong? It crashes, and that's not the end of the world. And we're already set up to go straight to the boss. So, like, all we need to do is make sure that the debugger is connected, and we'll cheat to beat level 1. And we can even test the fish, too, while we're at it. Testing needs to be done. You know, while this builds, I'm gonna fill up my water glass. I didn't do that during the break. I'll be right back again. Uh-oh. We got an issue. Something happened here. Let's see. Undefined global fishing enemy swap. So something didn't get changed on some of these. On both of them. So I made some mistakes in my in all of my variable swaps. That's what that means. Dun dun dun. That's not good. So that means we gotta dig through and find them because it's not gonna tell us exactly where it is, unfortunately. Reference by module, scene 25 in it. Fight scene 3. If we click that, does it do anything? Anyways, I know that it's fight scene 3. So we'll just start from the top and double check everything. That's a lot to double check, unfortunately. But it won't build until we get it, so we need to do it. But basically, they should all say this on every single one of them. On the top, or on the bottom and the top. Alright, that one's good. So what likely happened is that I missed one or like got half of it. Here's an issue. So this one never got changed for whatever reason. So we'll add a Gen 3, remove that, copy the tile set and paste it over that. But that's not actually one of the errors because that it would only give an error if one was swapped and not the other. But yeah, here's another one. So we must have missed all of these, unfortunately, which is messed up. But what are you gonna do? It probably bugged out, and I went over it without realizing it. But what you gonna do? Sometimes the work never ends as a game dev. I'm pretty sure this happened during the game jam. And we fixed it, just like this. I'd rather be doing that than working here. Well, this doesn't pay as well. Let me tell you that. I think I've made $30 with this game. Oh, I could check. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Nope, $18 with this game. a $2 donation, a $1 donation, and a $15 donation. Bro, you're rich. That's cash money. Actually, it's still in itch. I haven't pulled it out. Puke7, welcome in. Everyone should check out Puke7 if they have not. He is the mastermind behind Battle of the Bits. He's a ASM wizard in NES development. He's working on Orange Island. He's porting a Construct game to NES so that way you can play it on an actual cartridge. How you doing tonight, Puke? And what have you been up to? Welcome in. Do you Kickstarter and make $300? There you go. There you go. Well, that sounds like a lot of work to do a Kickstarter. Was on vacation last week. Oh yeah, I saw that picture. You were working on vacation. You were referencing the palm trees, right? It was a good picture, by the way. Orange Island reality came crashing hard today. Uh-oh. What's the reality of Orange Island? It's too fucking hard. Oh no. Oh no. You got this, right? I mean, I know you're a wizard, but it does seem like quite the undertaking. Maybe there's someone you can consult and get some of the harder get help on some of the harder parts, maybe. I wish I could help you, man. You're far surpassing me. I don't know shit about ASM in NES or in any ASM really. I have very limited knowledge in that realm. If you were making it in GB Studio, I might be able to help. But only maybe. It's a very feature-rich game. It seems like it. It seems like it. Yeah. Well, don't lose all hope. You know, these things take time. And I mean, do you know of anyone who's more capable than yourself at that? I think that's the real question, right? Because chances are you're the best equipped for the job, and it's just a hard job. That's what I think, but I don't know. I mean, you know better than me. And you know, sometimes it's easy to doubt yourself when you're in the thick of it. But sometimes all you need is rest and a fresh set of eyes. You know, come back to it, and I don't know. Sometimes the stress can warp your view and make it seem like it's impossible when it's just actually difficult. Not impossible, just difficult, you know? But I'm wishing you luck on it. I'm hoping the best for you on this. I feel like there's too many of these, right? Shouldn't there only be 2? How many are here? 1? And that's 3. I think maybe that's the issue, right? Why is there so many underscores? What if we go to this one? No, that one's got a whole bunch of underscores too. Yeah, it's not impossible, just really hard work. Yeah. I imagine it's really hard to gauge like a pricing on that as far as like how much you should get paid or whatever. That would be very difficult to judge, especially before you're even involved in the project, you know, or before you're like knee deep in it. It can't be the underscores because it would have a lot more errors. Like a lot more errors. I spent 3 days swapping variables and something is causing errors. So I think I made some mistakes. Oh, here's a mistake. Although it's not there, so I don't know. This wouldn't cause an error. It's just a mistake. It would have caused a graphical bug, but not an error. I'm always second guessing myself on this, but yeah, no, that looks fine. Oh, these ones have extra T's, so that's an issue there. But that's fight scene 4. Oh, this is a fight scene 3 with extra T's. Oh, and this one has the swap tile missing an E, and then yeah, that one's all messed up. But there's like hundreds of these. I'm signing up for the SNES Dev Game Jam on itch. It's 3 months long. Oh, cool! That's awesome. I'm thinking about doing the GB Compo 2025 is also 3 months long and starting in a few days. When does the SNES Dev one start? You know, honestly, I always wanted to get into SNES Dev, but it also seems really difficult. And is that C or is that ASM? I'm gonna do C. Oh, cool. That should be a breath of fresh air for you. You've been so like in the ASM for so long. It would probably be nice to do something in C. It starts on the 1st. Cool. Yeah, the GB Compo 2025 starts on the 31st. I would love to learn the limitations to do art for the SNES stuff, because I know that there's limitations that I'm not aware of. But also the fucking Mode 7 stuff would be so cool to do. I'm sure that's like a whole nother fucking can of worms to learn. In a way, it's no surprise that I made a mistake on this somewhere, because there's just like so much, and my brain was just like falling asleep while I was doing it. I've been studying it up a bit. Cool, cool. The C library comes with a bunch of conversion tools. Oh, that's nice. That's very helpful. Do you have any ideas of what you're gonna do then? Because I'm thinking about doing a anomaly game for Game Boy. I don't think there's any of those yet. I think this will be the first anomaly game for Game Boy. But it's just an idea. Yeah, I haven't really decided yet. Right on. Might do a top-down dungeon crawler. Cool, cool. Like the original Gauntlets. Yeah, I love those games. I mean, they were fucking flawed as hell with the whole like food life draining all the time, and unless you put in your hard-earned cash, that's kind of bogus. But outside of that, I love Gauntlet. At one point, I was making a space kind of version of Gauntlet. Well, it was more of like an open world thing, but there were these dungeons in it, and you were in space, and there was inertia, and then the bad guys just went straight through the fucking walls. At one point, I figured out a way to make them avoid the walls, but they were buggy as fuck. And it was fun. That project got shelved indefinitely. And sometimes that happens, and that's okay. It took me a long time to come to terms with it. I spent like 2 years on this project and then shelved it. Oh, well, here's a mistake, but it wouldn't cause an error. Well, at least we're finding the mistakes and hopefully find the error. Rick, when is the Game Boy Game Jam? It's on the 31st. It starts on the 31st and ends on at the end of September. I can share the link. Let me get it. It's called GB Compo 2025. So here's the website for it. There's also an itch.io page for it. I can get that as well. There's the itch.io page, yeah. So the top one is the website, and then the bottom is the itch page. So this one's good too. But yeah, that's got all the rules. There's prizes. It's got all that in there. You could even just do like a music cart, which is pretty cool. Kind of thinking maybe I'll do that, maybe, but I kind of want to do the anomaly game. I guess it kind of depends on the theme, which isn't announced yet. But you can interpret the theme. You don't have to like... It's not like a hard theme. You can just like interpret it. So... Like for Source Hack, the theme was you are the monster. And I made a game about hacking. because hackers are monsters. But you were the hacker, right? And some people might consider you being a monster. Maybe I need a theme for my SNES one. A lot of times game jams have themes, but sometimes the rules will be like, use the theme or don't use the theme. So, you know, it depends on the jam. Do you have the link for your SNES jam? Because I'd like to see that also. I don't think I'll be able to take part because I don't know enough about SNES development. I might be able to throw some pixels around, but I wouldn't be able to make sure that they're suitable or usable, or the palettes and all of that. I'd have to do some research. Yeah, that one looks good. Oh, you got it there, cool. Let's get it up on the stream here. That's not it. It's this one. SNES Dev 2025, hosted by Kanagi-chan. 2 days, 16 hours, 47 minutes. Goes from the 31st to September 6th. That's only 2 months, isn't it? Wait, May, June, July, August, September. Oh, that's more than 3 months. That's 4 months. Well, no, that is 3 months. So that means that the Game Boy Jam is 4 months, right? But also this starts the 31st, not the 1st. Let's see, this Game Jam aims to promote SNES development. I really believe that a regular annual Game Jam is necessary to advance SNES homebrew. That sounds really cool, actually. Snooze the ads here. This jam is mainly for those who know how to code on SNES. It's open to everyone, but it's a difficult game jam. So here are the resources you can use to create your SNES game. LibSFX, ASM, PVS, NES, library, C, SNDK, Higule. I don't know what that is. You can also use your own engine for sound and music. You can refer to this wiki page, SNES hardware, SNES development Discord. That's cool. SNES dev forum. How will judging work? Rules. There are. Oh, so we should probably say gameplay, hardware, sound, graphics. The notes will be awarded by judges. Rules. Here are the constraints that your SNES game must respect. 256 kilobytes low RAM. No expansion chips. SA1, Super Effects, etc. No SRAM. Runs on real hardware. Games must be for NTSC only. Team projects are allowed. Please state every member that contributed and how they contributed, graphics, code, sound, etc. There will be no themes. Any game is accepted as long as it's playable and made during the game jam. Be fair play, please. Be fair play, please. Be fair play, please. What? Be fair play, please. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Be fair play, please. Be fair. Be play fair. Be fair. Please. After the jam, we want to build multi-cartridges with all the entries on it and send them to the participants of the game jams as a price. Also, we want to sell a handful, max 20 such carts on eBay to refund the whole thing. To work properly on the multi-cart, the game entries have to comply with the rules above. The low RAM, no special chips, no SRAM. Of course, you can continue to develop your game after the jam and whatever chips or features you want. That's really cool. Be fair by playing others' games? Maybe. Oh, I think it's saying made during the jam. Be fair, play, please. I don't know. That's just a weird way of wording it. But I think they're saying please don't lie is what they're saying. Probably not a native English speaker. I think you're right. Yeah. That looks French, doesn't it? Wait, Kixie, you're my French teacher. Un petit toit d'adventure survival? She's probably, oh, she's around there. They're saying be good. Kixie, you're my French teacher. What is this? What does this mean? Un petit toit d'adventure? A little something adventure. One small survival adventure. Okay. I was close. Thank you, Kixie, for your French. There's a lot of castles in France. I don't know French. You do now. Anyways, Kixie, are you gonna do the SNES Dev Jam? You gonna make a SNES game? Or there's a Game Boy game jam, Kixie. You could be a dev. You could be a homebrew dev. But yeah, this is really exciting. I wish that I knew more about this stuff. Honestly, I've never done C. I've never done ASM. And I have no idea what this even is. A low-level programming language that has syntax inspired by C and assembly. But don't think of it exactly as a C-like. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. Kixie, what are you laughing about? Because you're gonna be a homebrew dev? I think you should learn GB Studio. I think I'm gonna make an Anomaly game, Kixie, on GB Studio. But yeah, let's get the GB Compo Jam up too while we're here. With the fancy artwork. Look how fancy that artwork is. So yeah, this one goes to August 31st. I don't know why I thought it was September. Oh, they changed it. It said September. I'm pretty sure they changed it. I think it used to say September 31st, and I think it said September 1st, and now it says August 31st. Still 3 months though. But I was confused because, yeah. That sounds great. Kixie, you want to help me make it? You could do the art. You're a pixel artist. Or you could test it at least. You keep laughing like it's a joke, Kixie. It's no joke. You could be a homebrew dev. You could be cool, like one of us. I'm just kidding. You're cool. You don't need to be a dev to be cool. But you'd be that much cooler if you were. Think about it. Just think about it. Look at the cash prize on this though. That's freaking crazy. Of course that's like split. according to this document. Also, a sold out first edition mod retro chromatic. That would be pretty cool. Although I don't support mod retro's political jargon nonsense, but I'd still take a free console. But yeah, this is Game Boy and Game Boy Color only. But there's also music cartridge, demo scenes, and tools. This Monster Ocarina was so much fun to play. I put this on my handheld and I totally play this. And I've never played on an emulator. But we can't hear it with the music, so let's turn that off. And here we go. Trying to remember how to change the fairy. So that changes that. How do you change the tone? I forget. Is it select? Just select not the button. This dev actually gave us feedback on Pyrotoad. Let's go to the website. There. For some reason the select button wasn't working before. Oops. But yeah, this is Parasitic's Monster Ocarina. Yeah, the theme was "You Are the Monster." anyways, lots of fun with that. How do you exit? And then, but yeah, like I said, this dev actually gave feedback on Pyrotoad on the GB Studio Discord, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, I did the GB Compo 2023, and that was a lot of fun. So it would be fun to do this. Make a anomaly game, and then I can beg the Indie Maniac to play it, and maybe one day, 3 years from now, he will. You never know. Could be cool. Could be fun. Alright, back to the debug. Did we do this one? I don't think we did. Don't break on me now. But yeah, I learned a valuable lesson with this game jam. If you're doing a game jam, don't bother with permutations, because permutations take lots of time, and if they can be avoided, avoid them. You know indies so well. I just like giving him a hard time. If he didn't just come in here to fart, I wouldn't give him such a hard time. No, I'm just kidding. Indy's cool, he's a good guy. It is funny how he just comes in here and farts and then leaves. He gets a kick out of it, you know? Can't take that away from the guy.
Finish him. Finish him your way.
Oh man, sorry, 12:30. Alright, half more hour. What? 1 hour, half more. I don't even know how to speak anymore. 1 more half hour. And then I'm gonna call it quits because sleep is important. Oh, I found a bug. This is an error bug too, right? Or no, is it? No, that's normal. Why did that look like a bug to me? That's what it's supposed to look like. And I even got excited about it? That was weird. My brain is failing on me. There's a wild Volcarona in chat. Damn bugs, yeah, dude. I'm bugging out, man. The bugs are bugging me out. Being bugged by the bugs. Oh, here's the bug. Here's an actual bug. This would cause an error for sure. For shizzy. How many errors were there in fight scene 3? 2. Okay, so there's one more error, and no, there's another. And another. But maybe, you know what, maybe those are duplicates. Oh no, that was a canceled build. So there's only 2. Well, let's see if they've gone away. So then, because if they go away, then we can stop digging in 3 and go into 4. Sounds like you need to sleep now. No, I can't sleep now. We need to fix the game. Don't you care about the game, Cryptic? Don't you care about the game? Alright, so we're still getting 2 errors in 3. And 2 and 4. So whatever we did didn't fix it. Maybe we made the same mistake somewhere else, and that's why it's not going away. But Rick, more errors caused by Sleepy. Well, there's no other way to do it. You have to fix errors caused by Sleepy from yesterday's Sleepy while you're sleepy today. Right? Isn't that how it works? I mean, it's not like I'm gonna make more errors, right? I'd have to be pretty dumb to do that. I mean, it can't hurt just to look, right? I'm just looking and fixing when I find bugs that are broken. Besides, I don't think there's a way to do this without feeling sleepy. If we're being honest. I think looking at hundreds of lines of code to find the error is somniferous. Besides, we did fix a couple things. Things got fixed. It's not all the things. And we still need to go through 4, so we can do that tomorrow. But we need to go through 3 tonight. And hopefully... Oh, look at that! There's a thing. I don't know if that's gonna make a difference, but it was still in there. I don't think that would have caused the error though, to be honest. Because it was just another reference. Oh, what's going on with that? Oh, it's there. It's just buggy. Buggy software looking for bugs. Looking for bugs in buggy software. I'm looking through the SNES HeQL stuff and decide I'm not that interested in pursuing it. Yeah. Well, it sounds like it would be weird, like, you know, if you know ASM and you know C# or C, then why not just use one of those rather than doing something that's not quite either, but kind of both? That sounds confusing. I'm determined to find these other bugs. I can link assembly inside C too if I really want to, but we'll probably avoid that. Yeah, because you're familiar with 6502 assembly. What type of assembler language is used for that? Is that 6502 as well for SNES? I forget, it's like 651802 or something, but it's just more instructions and a 16-bit mode. Ah, okay. Well, that seems accessible. You know, there was a different assembly language than was it Z80 or whatever for Game Boy too. I think it was on this thing or on the other thing. RGBDS. A free assembler linker package for the Game Boy and Game Boy Color. I don't know. RGBDS does not currently support structs. Natively, this macro pack provides that functionality. Yeah, that sounds tough. But they do have lots of cool stuff. Yeah, Z80 and the Motorola 68000 look different. Look more like PC assembly. Ah. Well, I wonder if this RGBDS has its own set of like instructions or whatever. I don't really know. But yeah, I'm not trying to learn that for a game jam. That would be a lot. I would like to learn more ASM. There's one dev that I follow here on Twitter, and I mean on Twitch, and she does Z80, and that's like, she's like a wizard, you know. And I don't know, it just seems so much harder than this, what I'm doing here. But if that's like what you're good at, is making your own engines and stuff, then that's where the fun lies. Then find the fun, you know? But to me, engines just sounds like hard work. I wish I was that more of a code-minded person, but I'm definitely more of an art-minded person. The code is just a means to an end. I definitely prefer typing over mouse use. I do too. I definitely would rather type the stuff, but I don't know enough about retro hardware to do that. I basically only know C#, and even that I know how to use it with Unity. That's it. I don't know how to use it with anything else. And that took me a long time to learn. And I'm not even great. I've been doing it for fucking 15 years and I'm not even great at it. Like I know enough to just get by and like I feel confident doing stuff on my own and even dig through other people's code and debug other people's code. But there are some things that I do not understand. Like asynchronous operations is like what? Hey, teacher Eduardo M. Thanks for checking in. Appreciate you being here. How you doing tonight? This morning. Early this morning. Hello, buddy. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, no, it's doing good. We are debugging the mistakes that we made over the last 3 days. And it's, you know, we're doing it. How are you doing? I love bugs. Bees are the best. Bees are pretty swell. It's almost 3 a.m., but I'm doing great. Right on. Yeah, it is almost 1 a.m. here.
Is everybody listening? Do you believe me? Everybody happy now?
Everybody happy now? Dude, I've said it before. Say it again. Aeon Flux is awesome. Not the movie though. The movie sucked. But the series, the animated series, was phenomenal. Just finished the localization for Umi Game. So yes, I feel great. Awesome. Congrats on that. Fantastic work. This is for you. I am also building my Notion site. Cool, cool. Awesome work. Yeah, once you got it and you want to share it, you can share it with me, and I'd be happy to share it on stream and take a look at it, tell you what I think and all that, you know. I do not know where these bugs are. I mean, there's like a million places to look, so I guess that makes sense. Somewhere, this is like a needle in a haystack is what it is. Somewhere I changed one and not the other, I'm thinking. Well, that looks like all of 3. I don't know where else it would be at this point. I don't think we messed up any of these. Let's save it and try to build it again and see what errors it pumps out this time. Can I send links here? Absolutely, yeah. As long as it's nothing nefarious. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Hopefully I see you tomorrow on Valheim. Alright, yeah, I'll probably be on in the morning. But yeah, I hope you have a great day at work. Let's take a look at this. You don't mind if I share it on stream, right? It's super early on. I didn't have time to finish it. That's okay. Cryptic says bye. Catch you later, Cryptic. Great to see you here. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope you have a good day at work, or a good rest of your early morning at work. Cool. Teacher Eduardo's game localization. Welcome, dearest. Make sure to eat and drink some water. Hi, I'm Luis Eduardo de Oliveira Pedrosa Martins, a Brazilian English teacher, gamer, and game localizer. I offer English to Portuguese Brazilian localization services, focused especially on indie games. My goal is simple: help amazing games reach the Brazilian audience while building a solid professional portfolio. I care deeply about delivering translations that are accurate, natural, and faithful to the tone, style, and feel of the original game. Feel free to explore this portfolio to learn more about me and the services I offer. Very cool. And then games localized. Here are the games I've worked on as a localization translator. English to Brazilian Portuguese. Each project represents a collaboration with passionate developers and a step forward in my localization journey. Cool. I like the animation style of this. Also, Blue Turtle is a cool name for a studio. And overwhelmingly positive reviews is always good to have on something you've worked on. 615 reviews, that's a lot of positive reviews. So was this a Brazilian studio and then you translate it to English? I'm surprised it doesn't have Portuguese or Brazilian on here. Oh, you can skip my name. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that. Yikes, I forgot to update and save. Hold on. Yes, sadly I cannot update through my phone. Yes, they will add it next update. Oh, cool. Kixie says cute. Yeah, this is something that Kixie, I could see Kixie sharing on her stream. But it looks like it's been doing really well, and it came out in May, so that is like a crazy amount of reviews to get in 1 month. So congrats on working on something that was successful. And yeah, Kixie, you're into these types of games with the study companion kind of stuff going on, right? A customizable room, 10 playlists from cozy lo-fi to epic fantasy, 10 elementals to find, beautiful hand-drawn animated environments and characters, focused session with productivity tools, timer, Pomodoro, to-do list, journal, night, day, rain, and sunset settings, a fantasy world with a map, lore, and multiple locations to unlock. That's a lot. There's a lot to that for like a study companion. Very cool. But tomorrow I'll send you on Discord or here. Cool. yes, this was, excuse me, this was just 1,500 words, so it was really easy to localize, and the other one is Umagame. I think you've seen it already. I'm not sure if I did, actually, to be honest. You say Umagame? I don't know if I looked at this, to be honest. Maybe I did. It's got a Hades vibe to it. Oh, thank you so much for the gift sub, Kixie. Hold on, ad break. Should we tell him to refresh? Oh. Oh, on your phone, Sally. Well, there's 36 seconds to that break, so... Welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that. But yeah, thank you so much, Kixie, for gifting the sub. That's very, very kind of you. And yeah, this game looks pretty interesting. Very Hades-like. I mean, it's more top-down, obviously, but the art style is and the action is very similar to Hades, which is saying a lot because Hades is like double A, damn near triple A now. Except that they're, you know, indies. They're just very, very, very successful indies at this point, the Supergiant dev team. But that's cool. This looks like it's going to be successful as well. So that's awesome that you're getting some successful games under your belt to work with. So that way, when you show off your portfolio, people look at the games you worked on and they see that they're not just like, you know, games that have very few reviews, right? Because people care a lot about that stuff. Indies are the best, absolutely. Well, that's really cool. Thank you for sharing that stuff, and congrats on your website looking great, because it really does look good. I know you said you haven't updated, you haven't saved the changes and updated it, but yeah, it's really coming together. Oh my gosh, there's an E missing from this one. That's why it's giving me an error. So one of these that I went through is missing the ES at the end of it. That's crazy. I went through all of them but didn't find the one with the ES missing. That's not good. Oh, wait. What is this? That's not right. That's the one. That's it. We found it. Well, I mean, that's one of the 4. But it is one of them. That should not have been like that. It's gonna disappear. Yes, and the one I'll be working on from now on is Garbanzo Quest. Cool. As someone who can't eat gluten, I really appreciate garbanzos. Thanks. Your advice were extremely helpful. Yours and Seagoat. They are a lovely person. Yeah, Seagoat Games. We can shout them out. Let me get that on the right thing here. What is this? I think it's Seagoat Games. I think that's spelled right. Yeah, Seagoat. Yeah, they're fantastic. If you didn't give them a follow, you should, because they're really cool. Ah, yeah, so one of the errors disappeared. Now it's just this one, which says undefined global variable BG Gen 3 swap tiles set with no E at the end. It's 2 T's instead of the 1 T. So one of them has 2 T's at the end. And that's what we're looking for now. I wish there wasn't a million of these. But there definitely is. Maybe not a million, but it sure feels like it. At least we know what we're looking for. Also, what time and when do you usually stream? So I am kind of lazy when it comes to a schedule. It's hard to pin down my own schedule. So I try to stream nearly every day, but the time is during the week. It's about like what? Well, you're an hour. You're 2 hours ahead of me, right? So probably around like 2 to 3 p.m. And then I usually go until I fall asleep. But then on the weekends, Friday is about the same, yeah. And then Saturday and Sunday, I usually either stream later on Saturday, like around like, I don't know, 6 or 7 my time. So like what? Oh wait, no, I went backwards. So that would be like probably like 6 or 7 during the week, and then like 8 or 9 your time during the weekends. Although Sundays I usually start earlier. So Saturdays I do late, Sundays I do earlier, Friday I treat like a weekday. But I don't necessarily stream. Sometimes I get client work where I can't stream, and I just kind of like, I don't know, I should have a schedule, but I'm reluctant to do that because I feel like I'm just gonna break it as soon as I do it. So yeah, perfect. By the time you're here tomorrow, hopefully my site will be mostly finished. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow. I want to do some Pyrotoad stuff, and I've been meaning to do it, and I just haven't. I can't believe it's already Thursday, but it's the next day, so that makes sense. Yeah, I wish I was more scheduled, but I have a lot of trouble staying on a schedule. And as soon as I have a schedule, it makes it more hard for me. I'm just like, I've been very anti-schedule my whole life. Even when I was in high school, I was like, nope, I'm not going. And then when I was at work, I hated having a schedule. And then as soon as I like started freelancing, I was just like, well, I can turn off my alarm clock, never turn that back on again. That's bananas. Yeah, it's a little weird. How old do you think I look? That's a strange question to ask someone. You look like you're in your 20s or maybe early 30s, tops. Pantheon says 50. I like to see people's reactions. Damn right. Oh, you are in your 50s, or you're in your 20s or early 30s. But Pantheon, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Do we got a shout out for Pantheon? How do we not? How do we not? Yeah, everyone should check out Pantheon 3D if they haven't yet. They're a fantastic 3D modeler. Oh, Kixie, you got it too. Thank you. Appreciate that. I should set up an auto shout out for Pantheon. I'm not sure why I haven't done that yet. Oh, thanks so much for the shout. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pantheon is just well lived. Shit, I'm getting there too, man. I sound young and I act young and I even look young, but I'm turning 40 in a little bit here. And that's crazy to me. Blows my mind. But you know what? 40 is the new 30. And 50, that's the new 40. I'm 48. Well, you've got 8 years on me. Well, technically I'm not 40 yet, so maybe I shouldn't jump the gun on that. I should hang on to my youth as long as possible. That's what they teach us to do in society, right? If I put another T, oh, it changes to white, so I should be able to just find the white one. But I didn't see it before. Why didn't I see it before? I'm looking for a bug. A handful of bugs, to be honest, but one in particular right now. It's preventing me from doing the thing. Compiling. You're never too old to pursue your dreams, but it's only a number unless you do ballet. What, you can't do ballet when you're 40? Is there an age limit to ballet? I don't think that's accurate. You just gotta do it slower. Giant Manjiro, it looks like you need a reference, a variable, by clicking add reference. On which one? Did you see a bug? Because the issue that I'm looking for is that it says 2 T's at the end of this one, also 2 T's at the end of that one. So they're like mistakes that I made from copy pasting shit. I like highlighted it all, but I missed one letter and then I pasted it, and that's not what we pasted. So yeah, there's a bug. I mean, the references are there. It's just that a spelling error. I see. So now you have to find it by eye. Yeah, pretty much. It should be white though, except that there's like a freaking million of these things. I do ballet in a swimming pool. See, you can still do ballet when you're 50 or 48. But yeah, if I put the extra T in, it turns it to white. So I should be able to find the one that's white, but this is the second time that I'm scanning by eye and I'm not seeing it yet, so I don't know what to tell you. Might have to leave this for tomorrow though because it's getting late. But Johnny, welcome in, by the way. Do you happen to know if you can do math on a variable in GBVM? That's what I'm trying to figure out now. You can, I just don't know how to do it. So, but what you can do, check this out, Johnny. Well, I guess I can't do it because you can't build. But when you build it, you can use the debugger. And once the debugger's up, you can view the code in GBVM and then just copy paste portions of it. So if we open up a different game, let's open up my hacker game because it builds a little bit quicker than Pyrotoad. This will take a second. I do a twirl if there's a water swirl. There you go. Now off I go to bed, lovelies. Make sure to eat and drink some water. Thanks, Eduardo. Appreciate you being here. And yeah. Thanks again for showing me what you're working on.
You seek the Holy Grail.
Dude, I love Monty Python. Tim is a hero.
Hey, listen.
What is TK? TK, brother. What is TK? Does clicking on error messages take you to the bug location? Nah, I wish it did. But what we can do, let me show you real quick how this works. I can't spell. Oh, take care. Okay, I gotcha. Can't spell. No worries. I can't spell either. But I'm terrible with acronyms. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I don't know how long this is gonna take to build, but it should be quicker than Pyrotoad. Not as quick as Demonfish Dead Ahead. Demonfish Dead Ahead builds like that. It's just like boop, because it's all like variables. All the gameplay is all variables and tile swaps. Not it's the scenes and the triggers and the actors that take forever to build. But if we look at the thing, the Platformer Plus plugin makes Pyrotoad take forever to build. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because yeah, it does take quite a bit of time to build that one. This one's almost done already. But also there's a build cache that hasn't been replaced because I didn't change anything. But we should be able to see what's going on. I don't know if it'll tell you exactly what's going on, but if you do, like, if you were to make a new project with one scene and do a increment or a addition one, then you'll be able to see the GBVM for that. I need to head to bed. Thank you for the stream. Good night. Thank you for hanging out, Kixie. I appreciate it, and have a great sleep. Hope you have a great day at work tomorrow. Appreciate you being here. It's almost there. Alright, so now that we're here, see, Johnny, check this out. There's this little GBVM button, and you can actually see the scripts. So if you pause it and hit the GBVM button, you can actually see all the GBVM that's being loaded, right? So yeah, pause it, and there's the GBVM. And you can actually step through the code. I saw the button but didn't know you needed to pause it. Yeah, if you pause it then you can see the code and step through it. But if we unpause it, because this scene is just kind of noise, literally. Let's too much music. So yeah, if we go to the if we pause it, pause it. Apparently there's no code running here. So yeah, I don't really know. There's not a whole lot of code running at this game. But if you were to build something with an addition and then pause it while it's doing the addition and then step through the addition, it should show you exactly how to do addition in GBVM. And then you can literally copy it and paste it into the GBVM script. Yeah, I keep getting no scripts running. Interesting. So if you interact with an actor, then it'll run the script, right? Or yeah, or try doing it. Yeah, that might work if it endlessly increments, but it also might like cause some issues or crash or something like that because it just keeps going. But yeah, you should be able to pause it. But yeah, if you set it to an actor and then interact with the actor and then give it one of these options, then you could easily see, you know, text multiple choice, switch variable, and then you've got case 1, you know, calculate values, you know, like variable set to. It does have little notes in here. Calculate coordinate values, push scene, right? So it's telling you what the choices do. Like if I use the computer and it's not just hacked, or if it is just hacked, set the variable to that. Store current scene on stack, load scene, calculate coordinate values, so that moves the player, I imagine. Stop scripts. Yeah, so if you're just in a scene and there's nothing going on, then that's gonna happen. But even if there's like just some animations on the screen, it should do it. Sound effects, blip. Actually, that first scene probably would have had the increment on it. So if we dig through here, we should be able to see it. Okay, here, yeah, variables add value, VM, RPM, and then integer 16 bit, 0 and 255. So that's got to be the clamp, right? Where it says clamp values from 0 to 255. And then our reference variable loop index. So that's the variable that I made for the looping. So it's referencing the variable. And then our init or integer 16 is you know, setting the amount that you're incrementing, the increment amount. And then operator.add would be to add it, and then this would be to cap it at 0 to 255, the min and the max. Right, so this is probably setting the min and the max, and then this is probably forcing the min and the max, and then it's setting it to be that variable, right? I think RPM puts you in math mode. That makes sense, yeah. Because it looks like it's doing it here too. If it says, yeah, if calculate value, so if the loop index equals 99, so it's checking to see if it's this integer 16, and then operator.eq is like what if it's past it, I guess, right? If it's less than it, and then stop. If truthy, that's a funny way to say that. If true, constant value, fuck, I don't know what that is. Jump 3. So that would send it back to line 3. I don't know about that. I don't know what the hell that stuff is. VM jump. Oh, these are short or shorthand arguments or whatever. I don't know what the fuck they're called, but it's a memory address, right? Truthy rules. You've heard this truthy before? I've never heard that. If truthy. I've only heard if true, not if truthy. But that's funny. I think you missed my above message. Could you throw some of this code in the Discord? Oh, sorry, yeah. I'll just try making a script that endlessly increments and see if that works. Could you copy those 10 lines or whatever and paste them in Discord? I think RPM puts you in math mode. Yeah, I totally missed that. Sorry about that. So yeah, these ones here. What was it? Loop index equals. I'll put that in there too, so you can see the comment. See if it lets me copy it. Yeah. So yeah, the top one is the comment, obviously. But yeah, variables.add value, and then it's got the clamp if you want that on there or not. Because if we take a look at the scene, what is it? This one. Yeah, I think it's this actor that does it. On updates. See how it's got this clamp value thing? So it would probably look different if it didn't have that. But yeah. But yeah, I'm glad I was able to help you. Let me know how it goes. We don't need to save that because we didn't really make any changes. Truthy is usually from loosely typed languages, like an empty string could be false, but a string with at least one character is true. Interesting. Learning new things every day. We got ads starting soon. I'm gonna try to snooze it. Yeah, we snoozed it. But yeah, thank you for that tidbit. I appreciate that. truthy. I wonder if that works in like regular language outside of code. You're not being very truthy there, are you? Yeah, so let's go back to this. And I was only gonna go to 1, but now it's 1:30. I kind of want to find a new person to raid, to be honest. Oh, where's my thing? The music. But I also want to find this bug. It should just be white and it should stand out and it should be like, hey buddy, you missed something. But there was like 2 other ones that I missed the last time I scanned it, so I don't know, maybe I'm just going crazy. What about this one? This one's not like the others. Did I miss this one? There's that possibility that I missed one. Yeah, but wouldn't that be cool if you could just like click on the error and it would take you to the one that had the error? Right? Like it like has this finger, but it doesn't take you there. Uh-oh, I think I crashed it. Oh, no. Wait, it is moving me, but it's just changing the scene. It's not taking me to the bug. It'd be a lot cooler if it like scrolled to the spot that it thought it was at, right? But it's just like staying where it was last time you were at the scene. Yeah, see, now it's all the way at the bottom again. Not that useful. Or like if it gave me a line, but there's no, I guess it doesn't make sense for it to give me a line because it's not just one source code. Sweet, I got it to increment my variable correctly. Thanks, awesome, glad to hear it. Glad I could help. And yeah, I've never done that before either, so like that's cool that it worked for you. If you're curious, this was the code. Okay, yeah. So that's in 8-bit instead of 16-bit int. But yeah, I get it. Looks weird without line breaks. Yeah, yeah, but I get it. I see it. Yeah, Twitch doesn't like line breaks. It doesn't want spaces in there. Takes them out. Or returns, rather. It'll leave spaces, but only one at a time. If you put a whole bunch of spaces in there, it changes it back to one. I wish that I hadn't made this mistake to begin with. I wish that I noticed it the first time through. Wait, what is that? Why does that look different? Because it's not right. It's not an error causing thing, but it's not right. It's supposed to be swap tiles set. It's supposed to be that. Maybe this is the one then. Somehow I missed that one. No. But that would have made a graphical bug, that's for sure. Because we had that issue yesterday. Or 2 days ago with the boss. Can't hide from me. Yeah, I'm getting sleepy. 6 lines for a simple increment is BS though, lol. Yeah, it is a little interesting. But wouldn't it be kind of a pain in ASM also, right? Because you gotta use the what do they call it? The accumulator, right? And then like the memory address, right? Yeah, INX or INY. Yeah. And you'd have to like store that value in the variable that you want, right? And then you can directly increase RAM too. Interesting. I can't actually remember if you can just increase a value, increment a value. Okay, I guess you can, thanks. Right on. Yeah, you guys know more about ASM than me. Yeah, Johnny's a NES ASM person too, Puke, by the way. You know what, Puke, have you seen Palooza Saga? I should show you this project if you haven't seen it yet. So yeah, check out Palooza Saga. It's a Zelda-like with roguelike maps, right? So the map is this big, but there's 2 of them for each procedurally generated world. And then there's a cool trailer too.
Hey Kanji, did you know this game has 2 quests? Pretty impressive, huh?
2 quests, huh? Hold my beer. Why don't we play Palooza Saga, Kaji's Trials? A new action-adventure game for the NES. Over 200 quests.
But yeah, I love this game. I still have a lot of fun playing it. And I was playing it on stream, and that's actually how I met Johnny. And it's got a NES and Famicom cart. That's from Broke Studio. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've seen it around. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's who I'm working on Pyrotoad with. He's been doing the game design for Pyrotoad. I really want to find this bug. This typo. It's not even a bug, it's just a typo. A compiling error, a compilation error. It's just a typo. 2 T's. Wait, this one's weird. That one's not open like the rest. Maybe this is the answer. Maybe this is the one. I don't think it's the one. It wasn't the one. Wait, it does have this. I don't think that's gonna make a difference, but it did have that. So I don't think I looked at it, but I don't see an issue. That was disappointing. I thought we were onto something. So clicking fight scene 3 in the warning doesn't do anything. It's underlined. It does. It just switches between this. It just switches here, right? It just does that. So if I click fight scene 3, it takes me to there. But this is the scroll bar is left at the last place that I was at. So it doesn't actually move the scroll bar in the code in the events here, unfortunately. Oh heck, yeah. And there's a lot of events here, so I'm just like, they're like literally hundreds of events, because it's for each permutation, and that's all of them. Somehow I missed some somewhere, somehow. Oh, because there's this one. I didn't scan through these ones. Oh, I didn't even change these ones. Well, that's an issue in itself. Alright, maybe we should start from the top here. I was wondering why one felt so much shorter than the other. And it's because we didn't do it from the top. But these ones wouldn't have the error because I haven't touched them. But they do need to be changed. Man, I might just have to come back to this tomorrow. Because this is like a whole thing that I forgot. each of these get 9 different tiles. I really wanted to be done with this too. We were so close. Or at least it seemed that way. It felt like we were close. We weren't nearly as close as I wanted to be. Gotta make sure I'm clicking the right one too. Oh, but yeah, I'm getting kind of sleepy here. I think after this group, I'm gonna end it because this is just endless. We'll have to figure it out on day 4 of the variable swapping madness. Because like I said, these ones won't even have the error because I didn't even touch them. But they should have been touched, so that's a thing. But yeah, we'll just leave it here. We'll come back to it tomorrow. It should be easy to find. I'm gonna find someone to raid. I want to find someone new. Always raid the same people. And want to find someone new. Might take a second. Raid channel. Let's give the old search here. Live channels. Maybe Game Boy. Maybe software and game development. Same category, right? ASMR Code Lab. Doesn't sound that fun though. Pizza making game time. I was hoping there'd be more people on. It's still kind of early. Anyone in chat have anyone that's a game dev or pixel artist they want to raid? I guess I should search pixel artist. Adam C. Jonas is on. I did see that. but I always feel like they have like, they're like, you know, next level, right? They've got all of this viewership, and like I'm just like 11 viewers, you know. Is that a stream that you watch? I've seen a couple of his videos on YouTube, and you know, wasn't entirely impressed, to be honest. I put it on sometimes, but I don't chat. Yeah, he's got 226 viewers. I kind of want to like raid someone that I could like become friends with, you know what I mean? I feel like when you raid someone that's like that big, it's like he's been working on the same game for 7 years. That's nothing. I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, I've been working on Retro Spaceball for 7 years. It's just been on the back burner for about a year now, on and off for a while. But yeah, I just feel like if I raid to them, not only would like I would not make a new friend, but they might not even acknowledge the fact that I raided them, you know what I mean? That's the vibe I get. And maybe I'm wrong, but like it just feels that way. I don't know. Maybe we search the art category. Maybe filter tag pixel art. Where's Lumby? He was here earlier. Yeah, I'm terrible at finding people to raid. Let's see what this stream is. They seem like they do pixel art and game dev in Aseprite. Doesn't seem like they're saying much. Oh, they're working though. Let's raid them. Zayden Excalibur. That's what we're gonna do. So yeah. Let me, we'll get the, raid message up. And if you're subbed, you can copy the top. If you're not subbed, you can copy the bottom. And then we'll raid this person. Oh, that's not the person. I copied the raid message and forgot. And I closed the tab that he was on. Whoops. I am just not properly today. Not properly. Where were they? I'll never find them now. Took me that long to find them. Ah, there's the one. Yeah, they've only got 5 viewers, so maybe they'll appreciate the raid. Zayden Excalibur. So yeah, everyone say hi, and maybe I'll make a new friend. You never know. You never know. But yeah, copy the raid message if you could, and then we'll make our way over to Zayden, and hopefully they're cool. And if they're not, then we can just leave. But hopefully they're cool. Alright, I'm gonna hit the button. We'll see you there. Thanks everyone for the stream. I really appreciate all the resubs and the gift subs. Indiana Crones and Kixie and did I miss anyone? We got the bits from Seagoat and Easy Perp. And that was super awesome of everyone. So thanks again. Alright guys, see you next time, probably tomorrow at about 4 or 5 my time, maybe 6 or so. Who knows? But yeah, it's probably some point tomorrow. Alright, see you there. Bye.
Prepare yourself to be invaded. I am prepared. Not really, but we're gonna do it anyway. My name's Zayden Excalibur. Sometime